Henu Leha Botenu, Abiaba Mabias Karwabiako, Atarpados, Weshemeka Quados, Barushemeka Lamaye, Shamlu Bene Israel, El Shabbat, Lasso, El Shabbat, Ledor, Tam Bene Ola, Beni Bene Israel, Otilola, Kisha Shedemi Masada, Shaddai, Shamayim, Leta Aretu Bayom Mazvi, Shabbat, Wainafash, Baruch Shemeka, Baruch Yemineka, Baruch Turateka, Baruch Kushateka, El Shaddai Malek, El Shaddai Malak, El Shaddai Imlo, Lolam Wahed, Baruch Shem Kabul Makuto, Lolam Wahed, Baruch Kabul Mahim, Min Kumon Malek Elyon, Adluhu, Lolam Wahed.
First of all, I'd like to give all honor and praise to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, the great, mighty, revered God, the Most High God, who bestows loving kindness, possesses all things, who remembers the pious deeds of the patriarchs, the Most High, slow of anger, great in kindness, forgiving iniquity and transgressions, but who will by no means clear the guilty, visit iniquities of fathers upon the children to the third and fourth generation. The Most High's work is perfect, for all his ways are justice, the God of faithfulness, and without iniquity, just and right is he. You may be seated. Giving due respect and honor to a head in Israel, Chief Eleazar, to the chief men, princes, brothers and sisters, I say unto you the tongue of my forefathers. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom and God.
The reason, let me explain, the reason why I cover my head, it wasn't a law. It wasn't a law that we cover our heads. It's optional. You cover your head, you cover your head. You don't, you don't. But the reason why I cover my head was because God said to follow the ancient path. And the only ones that know, there is no one that knows the ancient path better than these men and the woman in this book.
That's right, examples.
These men and the woman that we read about in this book are the examples. They are the examples. These men that we read about and the woman that we read about were the ones that paved the way. And they knew the way to gain the attention of God. So therefore, it was a reason why they did certain things that was not ordained as law, but they still did it. To gain the favor of God. To gain God's favor. King David went up on Mount Olivet with his men and covered his head. So therefore, when I pray, I cover my head. I cover my head. That's why. Why? Because I was taught to follow after the ways and the customs of my forefathers. And the only way to follow after the ways and the customs of your forefathers is to read the book. Is to read the book. Do away with the hedonistic mentality. Do away with this pagan mentality. Do away with this Western mentality. Because all those type of ways of thinking, pagan and hedonistic mentality is going to detour you away from God. Okay? All those ways of thinking is going to detour you away from God. Right? And what type of mentality is that? What type of mentality is called that? Huh? It's called forward thinking. Right? Forward thinking separates from God.
That's right.
Okay? You're thinking. You know how I know how you think? Me and my brother was talking about this last night. How I know how you think is according to your actions. Your actions, the things that you do tells me how you think. The things that we do in our lives tells us how we think. Okay? Your actions, man. And all this is a program, bro. It's a program.
Yes, it is.
You, me, us, we as a whole, we got to program ourselves according to the program
in the curriculum and the standards that God has set. That God has set. That's the only thing that is good. That's the only thing that is righteous. We want to figure out what is good, what is evil. The book shows us what God said is good, what God said is evil. And when we go against that, when we go against the things that God said is good, you're evil. When we do the things that God said is evil, you're evil. You're evil. Plain and simple. Plain and simple. But we complicate things. We complicate it by adding on to the word of God.
Right.
We complicate it by adding on to the word of God. And then people want to seem smart. People want to look smart and start going into things that you don't read in the book. Start going into things that you don't read in the book, and it don't add up. It doesn't add up, man. God said, he said, don't add and don't take away. Don't add to it and don't take away from it. So why do we put things in the book or put things here that you don't read about? But you know why? Because we don't believe the book. We don't believe it was just Adam and Eve, because in order to believe that it was just Adam and Eve, you have to believe the book. There was no other woman besides Eve. There was no other woman besides Eve. The only wife Adam had was Eve.
That's it.
That's it. And that was the only woman he had sex with. That was the only woman he cohabitated with. He stayed with one woman. Ain't that something? We talk about the body counts and body count for women. What about your body count, you whoremonger? God is against men sleeping promiscuous also, man.
That's correct.
God is against us being promiscuous.
That's correct.
God is against that too, man. It ain't just the woman. It's the men also. It starts with the men. That's right. So we're gonna go into Genesis 3. Before I go into Genesis 3, I didn't blow the horn. Why do we blow the horn? Because in Psalms 81, it states to blow the horn on what? On the new moon and on the Sabbath, or your solemn what? Your solemn assembly or solemn feast day. This is a feast day, but there's rules to this feast. There's rules to this appointed time. It's limits. I don't need music to enjoy the day.
No.
Not this day.
No.
I don't need liquor and wine and weed, marijuana to enjoy the day. Some people need it. Some people need to get intoxicated so that they can enjoy the day, because when they don't have it, they turn into someone else. It's not good. The word of God, I enjoy the day, and my happiness and my joyfulness and my rejoicefulness is just me hearing the word of God. That's your joy and that's your happiness today. And in rejoicing in the day, there's rules to observing the day. Profaning the day. There's rules to this day. All right, let's go to Genesis chapter 3.
Genesis chapter 3.
Uh-huh.
Now the serpent was more subtle than any
Now
beast
the
of the field.
serpent was more subtle than what?
Than any beast
Than any beast
of the field.
Of the field.
With the
The
Lord.
word serpent, it means a snake. Nakash. Okay? So now the serpent was counted amongst the cattle.
Right.
The serpent was counted amongst the cows and the deers and the sheep. All right, he was counted amongst the beasts of the field, which means this snakes. It came a point in time in history where snakes had 4 legs. Okay, because he was counted amongst the beasts of the field. Now, this snake, this serpent had characteristics. This snake had characteristics that God is against, just like the Creator. The Creator has characteristics. Well, how does the Most High describe himself? Merciful, compassionate, pity, jealous. No, now the serpent was what? More subtle. The word for subtle is arum. Arum means subtle, crafty, cunning, and sly. So this serpent was subtle, he was cunning, he was crafty, he was sly. So now we got to dig into the word so I can show you what we need to stay away from, how we should be, how we should not be. And this is why we read the book. We read the book to learn how God wants us to be.
Correct.
We read this book to learn how God do not want us to be. That's it. That's it. But people have a stubborn and unyielding spirit. They won't yield to the will of God. They refuse to yield to the will of God. They won't change. And this way of life calls about changes. You read and you start adding on things to your life. Constant changes so that you can change yourself. So that you can change your DNA, you can change your thinking pattern. Because the only way to change yourself and change the way you think is to incorporate the things that God accepts. Is to incorporate the things that God said is pleasing in the eyes of in his eyes. And that's all we're supposed to be worried about. I'm not worried about if I please you. The first thing we need to worry about is to please God. And when you please God, everything else is pleased. My wife is pleased. My brothers is pleased. My mother and my father is pleased. Pleased with me. Why? Because the laws of God teaches us not to offend each other. That's what the laws of God is about. See? That's the number one thing that the laws of God is about. Don't be offensive. Huh? Don't offend in your things don't be offensive in your actions. Don't be offensive in your words. Have you ever thought about that? Did we ever think about that? No, I shouldn't say this to him because I ain't gonna like it if he tell me that. And then when he tells you that, you want to fight. Wait, hold up. You just told me the same thing. So now, after I done told you back what you said and gave you back your own medicine, you angry, and now you want to pull swords. Where in the book do you see that? Where? There's nowhere in the book where you see that. But your mind, we have not wholeheartedly come to serve God. Okay? We have not come wholeheartedly to serve God. Because when you come wholeheartedly, 100% to serve God, you cover every aspect. You cover every corner. You don't cover a corner and leave the other corner open. We got to cover every corner. And when you're covering every corner, presumptuous iniquity is out the window. All corners, I have not covered all corners. We are not covering all corners because we still transgress presumptuously. Notice I said presumptuously because I can still be perfect in sin. God said, Solomon said, there's no man that sinneth not. Huh? King David was perfect with God, but he still messed up. Huh? King David was a man after the heart of God, but he still messed up with certain things that don't make him a man, that don't make him and put him in a different category. So we got to realize and understand the things that we are saying, man. Understand that. Okay, what is subtle? Subtle is what? Having a keen insight and ability to penetrate deeply and thoroughly. And that was the serpent. Huh? That was the serpent. Keen insight is the ability to see into a situation. Ability to see into a situation where the serpent knew he couldn't trick Adam. I told you this before, man. The serpent, the snake knew he could not beguile Adam. But he had keen insight to see that I'm able to beguile her. I can get to her. I can't trick him, but I'm able to get to her. And he knew that. So he approached, nobody had to tell him that. That's why he approached her first. And because of her hearkening to the serpent, other things transpired after. It was because of that why this had to happen now. It's because of this. See, these things cause about a chain reaction, man. Chain reaction. When this happened, this caused that to happen, and that caused this to happen, and it keep rolling. Chain reaction, man.
It keeps rolling.
It keeps rolling. Crafty. Huh? Crafty. And we see, okay, subtle. These are ways and things that we should not be. We can't be this way. Which means if you're able, and if you see that you're able to get over on a person, huh? Because a lot of us are subtle today. You see you're able to get over the person, and you play on that. You play on that. You're able to get over on the person. You play on that. You're subtle in your evil. You're subtle in your evil, man. What is crafty? Achieving one's aim by indirect or deceitful methods. By indirect or deceitful methods. Okay? All these deceitful and indirect things that you're doing is to achieve what you and accomplish what you want. Not considering what the person, not considering nobody else. Because the natural nature of man and woman is self-interest. We're selfish. That's our natural nature. All we consider and think about is how you feel. All we consider and think about is how I feel. I don't like it. But what about if he likes it? What about if she likes it? What about how he feels? Or what about how she feels? We don't consider that, man. And we can't serve God being selfish. There's no way a person that is selfish can serve God. Because if you're selfish, then you won't consider your actions that you do to people. If you're selfish, then you won't consider the things that you say to people. Huh? You won't consider the things that you say to people. Tell me and show me where in the book was the Chassidims, or the ones that God said was holy and righteous, said things to offend you, to offend people. Where? Show me where David said something to offend anybody. Can you show me?
It was the other way around.
Show me where Moses said anything to offend anybody. I said, show me where Aaron said anything to offend anybody. What about Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob? So basically, those are ways that we need to pull away from. Those are ways that we need to pull away from. It's not godly and it ain't right. And all we are going to do is dig a deeper hole into the trenches. You're going to dig yourself, you're going to dig your grave deeper. Because your ways, my ways, our ways have to be liking and pleasing to God. So if your ways have to be pleasing to God, the only way to make your ways pleasing to God is to read a book. Read this book, man. Read this book in severity of heart, in truthfulness, with the mindset to change one's ways. See, we read the book just to go over the words, but we don't have the mindset and the mentality and the desire to change oneself. Well, I read the book, okay, but do you have the desire to change according to what you read? Do you have the desire to add on the things that God said is holy and righteous? Do you have that desire to incorporate those things into your life that God likes, that God accepts, that God has commanded us? Because if God accepted, we gotta accept it. If God accepted it, we gotta accept it. And if the Creator don't accept it, we need to depart and pull away, turn away from it, because God despises it. And when God despises something and you get into the same thing, then He gonna despise you. You gonna be despised. You won't be despised. Right? Another definition for crafty is wily. W-I-L-Y. Wily means what? Devious. Look up the word devious and give it to me. Right? Devious. Right? Or cunning stratagems. What is a stratagem?
Strategy.
A stratagem is a plan or a scheme to outsmart a person. And the plan and the scheme is false. It's deceit. It's lies. That's why God said, He said, listen, man, stay away from false balance. Stay away from deceit and lies. Trickery. Cunning stratagem, manipulating or persuading someone to do what you want. To do what you want. Not considering what's in his or her best interest. You're considering only what's in your best interest. That's not good. That's not good. Because when we have that mentality, that is a selfish mentality. Please take me and do this and this and this, but not considering if he do this and this and this. Okay, I'm going to give you a simple example. Okay? A man that don't have this mindset, right? I'm going to tell you, you know what? I don't want you to drive me nowhere because there's nowhere for you to park. And if you drive back, there's nowhere for you to park. I'll walk. That's a person that's not considering and acknowledging or selfish. He going to look and say, well, you know what? I'll walk. Because I don't want to put you in that predicament to have to be driving around for 2-3 hours trying to find a park. That's just a small little example. See, I'm teaching you and showing you our mentality and how we need to think. How we need to think to be accepted by God. To be accepted by God. And the Creator showed you that in the creation. Adam never told God that he was lonely. Never told God that he was lonely. Never said it. But the righteousness and the uprightness in the Most High God, he looked and said, nah. He said, I got to create this. I got to create a helpmeet for this guy, man. I got to create a helpmeet for this guy. You got it?
Devious.
I got it.
Devious. Right? Devious is what? Deviating from a straight line. Right? Deviating from right, accepted, or common course. Deviating from what is accepted by God. Deviating from that which God said is righteous. Huh? God said it's righteous. We can't deviate from that. God accepted. We can't deviate from that. Huh? We're devious. We are naturally devious. You know why? How many times you reiterate the laws and the commandments to people and people disagree with it? You're devious. Huh? You're devious. So now you got to remove those devious, hideous mentality that is against what God says. This is all ruling your spirit, man. This is all about ruling your spirit, This is why I tell people, stop voicing your disagreements with God. Stop voicing it. Huh? Because when you voice certain things, it has an effect on your spirit. When you voice certain things, it has an effect on your spirit. Who are you to disagree with the commandments that God has set? Who are you to disagree with these laws and these commandments because it don't seem and look right in your mind? Who cares? Who cares if you don't like it? Who cares if you don't accept it? But I have not yet heard the person to confess. Well, I don't accept this and I don't like it, but I have to train myself to like this because God like it. I got to train myself to accept it because God accepts it. Isn't that what counts?
That's what it's all about.
But you know what's the problem? It only counts with you. It only counts with me. But with this guy, it don't count. I can't make you accept this. That's a training and work that you have to do with oneself. That's why when we read the book, it states to take heed to yourself. Take heed to yourself. And when you're taking heed to yourself, you got to be truthful. You got to be truthful when you're taking heed to yourself, able to discern between good and evil, able to tell yourself that, listen, what I'm doing here is not right. What I'm doing here is against God. Stop doing it and push forward. Walk. Keep pushing towards the things that is accepted by God, man. But this is why we cannot unite. This is why we can't come together. One brother said you could squeeze the blood out. I said, man, I got to get away from him. I said, I got to get away from you. Squeeze the blood out. One brother was cooking some meat, and the meat is red. Why is that meat in that pot or in that pan and it's red? The blood is inside that meat. You got to get the blood out. See, our forefathers didn't have that problem. You know why? Because when they went out in the field to hunt and they caught that deer meat, they knew where to hit it. They drained the blood right there. The blood was able to be drained immediately. Immediately. You know why? Because the meat ain't frozen. They didn't kill the meat. Fresh kill. Cut it and freeze it to where you got to soak it for only God knows how long. Listen, man, my sister gave me some steak chunks, some meat, venison or something like that, lamb chunks or whatever. So I took the meat. I said, all right, good. First thing I did, I'm not cooking it. I got to get the blood out first. I took the meat, put it in the bowl, add cold water and a load of salt. And every day I had to change that water because that water would be bloody. So one day when I went back, the water ain't bloody. The outside of the meat is not red. It's gray. When the meat don't have blood, the meat is gray. People look at it and say there's something wrong with it. The meat looks sick because it's not red. They say it ain't fresh. No, the blood is not in it.
That's what they used to say.
So I ain't gonna say no names. But the brother came and said, man, the meat is ready. It's time to cook it.
He's ready to go.
Wisdom came to me. Immediately I said, hold up.
Let me check this.
I said, man, you see these chunks? I said, give me this chunk here. I took the sword. I took the knife, split it in half,
And it's like
open it.
And it's like you ain't never.
The inside of that meat was so bloody.
It was like you ain't never put it in no water.
But we gotta realize something and understand what God, the commandment that God gave us. He said, don't eat and consume the blood. Do not consume the blood.
No man.
Because the blood is the what?
Blood is the life.
Blood is the life. The blood is what activates the spirit.
And it atone for your sin.
The blood was put here to atone for your iniquities, not for you to consume.
That's correct.
And this is why we can't see the clearness and understand these laws 100%. You know why we can't understand these laws 100%, 1000%? Because we are doing things that is clogging our eyes. We are doing things that is against God, that God is leading us astray. So now, when God leads you astray, that's why you got so many bald heads.
I was just about to say that. That's crazy, man.
What the Jamaican song? Go up, down, bald head.
Yeah.
Bald head.
Yeah.
Bald head.
Yeah, you
Chase
bald head.
them crazy bald heads
Yeah.
out of town.
You talking about you teaching the word
Bald
of God,
head.
and you bald headed. Get out of here. Man.
Let's go. Listen, man.
Talk about it.
Listen
bro.
here, man.
Talk about
We
it.
didn't
bro.
have bald heads in Israel,
Talk
man.
about it, bro.
We didn't have bald heads in
Talk
Israel.
about it, bro.
You hear me? We didn't have bald heads in Israel. And we all know the Hebrew, but when it comes to that, the Hebrew is, it turns into English. We don't look at the Hebrew for that. Huh? So let's go into the Hebrew for that now. Okay?
Facts.
It said,
Talk
ye
about
shall not round the corners of your heads. In the Hebrew, huh? I said, in the Hebrew, the word for round is takripu. I'm just learning the Hebrew. You know who was my teacher? Moreh Hoshea.
Facts.
Moreh Hoshea came here and taught us Hebrew. And you know what happened after that? You know what happened after that? I'm going to reveal the atrocities of Israel.
Yeah.
Certain Israelites grabbed them and told them, don't come back here.
Yeah.
Teach no Hebrew here.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
It was too late already. The man came back here crying.
Yeah.
The man came back here crying. He said, Chief, he said, I can't come back, man.
Yeah.
He said, they grabbed me and told me not to come here and teach you guys no Hebrew.
Who's they?
You know what I call myself? The black sheep of Israel.
Who's they?
Israel. I'm black sheep of Israel. You know why I say I'm the black sheep of Israel? Because I don't do what y'all do. I don't eat blood. I don't eat fat. When a woman sit on the chair and it's unclean, you go wash. When you ejaculate, you go wash.
That's right.
Do law, man. That's what makes you the black sheep.
That's right.
Let's do law. I don't profane the day. I don't carry burdens. I don't have unity Shabbats. Carrying speakers and setting up food and setting up chairs and tables and all these abominable actions that Israelites do on Shabbat. Grabbing brooms and mops. Grabbing brooms and mops and sweeping in the camp. Making cleaning and doing all this foolishness on Shabbat.
Teach, Chief.
Crazy?
Teach, Chief.
What's wrong with y'all, man?
Teach, Chief.
Back up.
Talk
What's
about
wrong
it,
with y'all? I said takwipu. The word for takwipu is kwipa. Kwipa means to skim off.
Talk about it.
He said, "Lo takwipu. You shouldn't skim off.
Yeah.
Huh? A side, payat. The word payat is a side section, lock, or curl. You shouldn't skim off a side section, lock, or curl of your head. So why we got so many bald heads? I was walking down Utica. I saw a brother sitting in the barber shop.
Facts.
Stop telling me Absalom cut his hair once a year. The word for cut that they used was pole. To pole means to shorten the length. Huh?
Didn't see the scalp.
To pole means to shorten the length. Stop telling me about a Nazarite. That's the Nazarite law. Are you a Nazarite?
You have not been ordained a Nazarite by God.
And we can't be Nazarites here.
God picked the Nazarite. That's a personal pick. That's a personal.
So what's wrong with us? What's wrong with us? And then we walking around here like we the servants of God. because you got money.
Yeah.
Because you got money don't mean you're blessed.
Yeah.
Because you got money don't mean that you're doing that which was right according to what God said. He's giving you the lust of your own heart. He's giving it to you and making your life nice and peaceful. You know why? Because your akari and your end gonna be destruction. It's not gonna be good. So the ones that have that are determined to serve God, they the ones that's gonna go through the trials and the tribulations and the mishaps. Why? Because God is still proving you and trying you. That's why. That's why. Let's go back to the law now. Huh? He said, law, takwi pool. You should not skim off a side, section, lock, or curl of your head. Well, law, tashkit. Tashkit means to mar or to corrupt. You shouldn't mar or corrupt and pay out a side, section, lock, or curl of your beard. Uh-oh. Stop telling me that Mephibosheth cut his beard. Look it up in the Hebrew scholar. You so-called Hebrew scholar. The word for beard is, see, listen here. I may not be able to hold conversations, but you know what my father said? We are learning the Hebrew so that we can get into the Hebrew in the law.
That's right.
In the law, so that we know what to do, so that we know what not to do, so that we know what to stay away from, so that we know what not to stay away from. That's why we learn the Hebrew. Not to conversate with the Jewish man, not to conversate with this person. With the same person eating blood. With the same one is bull. With the same one profane the Sabbath. With the same one carry burdens on the Shabbat.
Talk about it, drama. Talk about it.
Carry burdens on the Shabbat. People say, oh, you can't carry. Why you carry? Books say don't carry no burdens. What is a burden? Anything that is carried, it doesn't depict the load or weight. So I don't walk out my house with nothing in my hands.
Talk about it.
Why? Because I do law.
Talk about it, bro.
Huh?
Talk about it.
The book said, don't wear. You should not cover yourself. Huh? Sha'anets, mixed fragments, as a wool and linen together. You think people look at tags?
Nope.
You think Israelites look at tags when they go buy clothes?
Nope.
The same clothes that they went and bought is 50-50.
85-15. I'm taking it to go.
85-15. 75-25.
Yeah.
99.
We gonna do this law or not, man? This is why we ain't going nowhere. Stop telling the people we going back to Israel.
Facts.
From here, you going to the grave. You ain't going nowhere.
Facts. Oh, thou baldy.
There ain't no more Exodus.
Yeah.
The Exodus happened already.
Yeah.
We had Moses to take us. What are you going to do? Dry up the 7 streams, the 7 seas, the Atlantic and the Pacific Ocean going to get dried? Don't be a fool, man.
Yeah.
Don't be a fool. I'm going to give you some homework. Look up the definition of exile. And you tell me if this is a captivity. Exiled. Captives. If you're captive, then you don't have free reins to do as you please. There is no time limit on this so-called that y'all want to say captivity. Ain't no time limit. Every captivity had a time limit. Oh, the 400 years is up. We going back home. Man, shut up.
Facts.
400 years is up. We going back home. So when we going back home? We can't go back to Israel now. It's war over there. Can't go back there now. The Palestinians and the Israel is at war.
They call this captivity.
This captivity, this thing here is going to keep going on until God destroy it.
Yeah.
You read the book?
Yeah.
I said it's going to be another ice age.
Yeah.
God is going to destroy this place.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
I said the earth going to be in silence again, like in the first.
Yeah.
And guess what? It's going to be like in former time. And life will only be where? Come on, man.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Stop telling people lies and foolishness.
Yeah.
Stop teaching the people lies, man.
Yeah.
Tell the people the truth.
Yeah.
Start dividing to them.
Old down bald head.
Come on, man.
Talk
Let's
about
go back to Genesis 3.
Yeah. Set my seat on fire, Johnny.
Genesis 3. Now, hold up. Okay. Cunning. Huh? What is cunning? Having skills in achieving one end by deceit. Achieving one end means to bring to a successful conclusion for you, not for that person.
Everybody's messed up.
Huh?
That's everybody up.
That's self-interest. You're only concerned with your cotton picking self, and you can't serve God being that way, man. You can't be that way and serve God. Come on, man. God gave you what he gave you so that when somebody asks, God said, he said, give him sufficient for his needs. In the Hebrew, he said, give him in that which he lacketh. Man, listen, there been brothers that ask other brothers for certain things, and he got it. Next thing, he don't hear from the brother ever again. Come on, man. If the person they needed, he wouldn't have asked you. And we serve the same God.
Yeah.
But some people only have it just to brag. Some people only have it just to talk about it. Some people only have it, and then when you come ask you, say, man, you know what, you need a job. Man, God ain't say that, man, to tell me that I need a job. He said, give me that which I lack. I need this. I'm behind on my rent. I need to put food on the table. I need help. Can you help me? Nigga look at you and laugh. And you call these people my brothers? Yeah. Come on, man. Yeah. And you call these people my brothers? Yeah. They're not my brother. You're not my brother. You're not my brother, man. Yeah. Find yourself according to what God said. Because you being black don't make you my brother.
Say it one more time.
I said you being black don't make you my brother, man.
All that makes you is a Negro.
That's it.
You being black don't make you my brother, man. Not because you're black. Right? It ain't about color. It's not about color no more.
That's right. God
The Most High said, I'm going to be a God for all people.
That's right. Talk about it.
Right thing, he thought about why God didn't destroy the Hittites? Because there was a Hittite that I know that had the faithfulness of God in them. Who was what? Uriah the Hittite. The Moabites didn't get destroyed. There was a woman I know named Ruth. Ruth. Huh? So my brother said, he said, what's the word? He said, God, damn, I forgot the quotation. This is my brother Zechariah. My brother Zechariah's favorite quote. He said, the Most High make exceptions for those that make exceptions for his laws. I had brothers look at my brother, Prince Zechariah. Ain't he white? Yeah, he white. But I know him to have the strength of God. More strength and more firmness in God than you black Negroes.
That's right. Say it again.
That call yourself Israel.
Say it again.
Because you know why? Because you was brought up under a man that was determined to serve God. My father, Chief Eliezer.
Talk about it.
Come on, man.
Talk about it.
Talk about it.
Talk about it.
Come on, man. And he didn't look at color. I go to certain camps with the brother standing up, people pass him. They pass him and go to my album. I said, man, don't take my hand. He said, shake his.
That's right. That's right.
Why are we bent on color? Why?
That's right. And he's stronger than you in the law. You clown.
Why, man? And the man pushed more for God than you. He pushed more for God than you.
Talk about it, bro.
But because he's white,
Niggas is rich.
he was shunned and pushed away. Damn pagans, man. That's what y'all is. With y'all ways and your actions and the way y'all think, you guys are pagans, heathens, Negroes, black people with the American mentality. American mentality. Come on, man. Do away with that, man.
Yeah.
Do away with that. Our job and our duty here is to serve God and keep his commandments. Whether you're white, blue, pink, red, yellow, that don't matter. None of that matters with God. When we had a chance, when we was relevant, when God only chose Israel, we messed that up. We blew that time. All that was dead now. Because there was a point in time where God had a special eye only for one nation. And he gave us a command. He gave us a command. He said, destroy all those 7 nations. The Canaanites, the Perizzites, the Hittites, the Jebusites, the Hivites. He said 7 nations that's mightier than thou. Huh? We didn't destroy them. We started marrying into their woman. And when we married into their woman, we took on their ways. And then we started incorporating heathenism and paganism with the ways and the customs of God. Like today. Like today. That's why you had a Hanukkah bush when we ain't never had no Hanukkah bush. That's why we had Shana Tova. Shana Tova. Happy New Year. But we ain't never had a New Year. Huh? We ain't had no New Year here.
I want to be like the nations.
But we want to be like the people.
Yeah.
We don't want to be like the nations round about us. We want what they have. We want to incorporate what they have. What New Year? He said, I'll begin the months. There's nowhere. I said, there's nowhere in that book where you're going to see Shana Tova.
That's right.
Why do we continue to mention this during Pesach?
Yeah.
Was it Pesach? That's when they mentioned it?
Yom Teruah.
Yom Teruah. Why?
This is cut off. That's why, brother.
And this is at the end of the year.
Most High said at the end of the year.
Because, no, I'll tell you why. They like to follow people. That's what everybody else doing. And they like to follow people.
Why?
You like to follow. That's what it is.
Why do we desire to follow
Everybody else doing
the nations or people? Why?
it. Go with the flow.
It's all part of the setup.
Why, man?
It's part of the
You know
setup.
why? I'm going to tell you why your desire to follow the things that God hates.
The majority.
Because you
follow.
keep shaving your head.
Yeah,
Say it again.
majority.
Because you keep balding
Old
yourself.
Val Baldy.
You keep shaving your beard.
I'm going with the
You
majority.
keep eating the blood and the fat.
Yeah.
When you leave your house, you leave with plates and foil paper and food all in your hands. Duffel bags and book bags. When you go outside, you want to carry burdens. So God clouds your judgment.
That's right.
God clouds your eyes so that you can detect and perceive the
That's
law
right.
for what it is.
That's right.
That's why. I said the bridle is in your mouth. I said the bridle is in your mouth. God got the bridle in your mouth,
Right
leading you according to the lust of your own heart.
That's right.
We think it's a game.
Yeah.
I said, do we really think it's a game? I said,
Yeah.
God will give you the lust of your own heart. Listen, man, we got to show God what we want by actions, not talking about it. By actions. That's how you show God what you want, man.
Yeah.
Sly, having or showing a cunning and deceitful nature. A cunning and deceitful nature, lacking in straightforwardness. What is straightforwardness?
True.
Showing honesty and fairness. So
Yeah, straight
basically, you're going to lack honesty. You're going to lack honesty. And when you lack honesty, you're a liar. You're a deceiver. You ain't going to speak the truth. And when we speak lies, it weakens you. When we lie, it weakens our spirit.
It pushes us further.
It weakens our spirit because your spirit needs to be strengthened to serve this God. And when we lie, it weakens our spirit.
Right.
When we are not fair, then we're impartial. When you are not fair, then you will say things to people and dare the person to say it back to you. when you are not fair, you would do things to people and dare the person to do it back to you. You're lacking in straightforwardness. And when you're lacking in straightforwardness, you're sly. You're just like the serpent. Now, he says, showing no deviation from what is established or accepted by God. Nature, a settled habit, inherent character, a natural mode, a way of life. Your character is what? Now, settled habit are things that we do over and over.
Yeah.
When we do things over and over, it becomes a habit. It becomes a part of you. Now we got to break these abominable habits. Now we got to break these abominable habits by practicing the laws and the commandments of God. And then after you practice the laws and the commandments of God, then it will become habitual. Then you will become accustomed. That's why I never miss a Shabbat. Because my father made me practice to come to teachers. Over and over and over. And make sure you come at the designated time. Place. I will designate it.
That's right. That's how we got it. That's right.
That's how it becomes a settled habit. Rain, snow, sleet, or hail. Nothing stopped us. So therefore, what? When you are raised in that manner, whatever comes after you, you're looking for the same determination. Because I wasn't raised, I wasn't trained that way. So I'm going to train you the same way that my father trained me. That's how these things become a settled habit. That's how the spirit becomes accustomed. We got to accustom ourselves to becoming the teachers. We got to accustom ourselves to be doing the things that is lawful and right by God. And when you lie, you feel out of place. You feel bad. You have a guilty conscience. You say, no, I can't. That don't settle. It doesn't sizzle in my spirit. I don't feel right doing this. I don't feel right saying that. Why? Because you're not accustomed of doing this. You haven't accustomed yourself to doing this. Go ahead, Tom Sheep.
Now the serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field, which the Lord God had made. And he said unto the woman,
serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field, which the Lord God has made. Tom Sheep.
And he said unto the woman, yea, have God said, you shall not eat of every tree of the garden?
Let's realize something. He's coming with game already. He knows what God told him. And realize something. We're talking about two people that are innocent. Adam don't know what lying is.
No, you don't know what the truth is.
Eve don't know what lies is. So when she said, God said, I said, God said it. I don't want to hear no more that those was Eve's word. She said, God said. She didn't lie because she didn't know what lie was. She was innocent. She was naive to wickedness. Green to wickedness. Innocent to wickedness. Innocent to lies. Eve did not lie. Stop telling me she lied. Stop talking against the people that I uphold and I accept. The people that was close to God than anybody today could be. Huh? No, they don't want to take their word. But you want me to take your word, a decrepit soul that can't count the amount of sins that he had done.
And then he's bald-headed.
And then you're bald-headed and you eat blood and fat.
Hey, get out my face, man.
The same brother, you catch him in I'm going on a trip.
Yes.
I'm going on a trip. I'm going on a little vacation.
Yeah.
And you catch the nigga. Yeah, I call you a nigga. You got to be a nigga.
Yeah.
To do things that is contrary to what God said.
Yeah.
That's what makes you a nigga.
Yeah.
When you do things contrary to what God said, you're a nigga.
Yeah.
So now, Hey, Sloan, how you doing, huh? Hey, good, man. I said, where you at? United States? Well, I'm on vacation. What are you doing on vacation on the Lord's holy day? What are you doing on vacation on God's holy day? You're supposed to be convocating. Right. Well, I'm in my hotel relaxing, I'm viewing. God ain't say to view. God never said to view. Leave the viewing for people that live afar off and can't get to a camp. And don't put yourself in the predicament to have to view.
Right.
I said, don't put yourself in the predicament to have to view.
That's right. That's right.
And then, after you don't put yourself in the predicament to have to view, then you tell me, well, I live here. Well, you moved there.
That's right.
Fool.
You kicked yourself out.
You kicked yourself out. You cut yourself off. You put yourself in that situation. Johnny. Jack. Henry. Luke. You everything in the book, brother. You are everything in the book.
Talk about it, bro.
That's why I love my pops, man.
Talk about it, bro.
That's why I love my father, and I'm gonna stand by the standards and the curriculum that man taught me.
That's right.
But I don't, man. Listen, man.
That's right.
Man, listen,
Talk
man.
about it, man. Talk about it, man.
Let's read.
And the woman said unto the serpent,
Look at it. And the woman said to the serpent, read.
we may eat of the fruit of the trees of the garden, but of the fruit of the
We may
tree,
eat of every tree of the fruits that's in the. That's what?
of the fruit of the
Trees in the garden. Go
But
ahead.
of the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of the garden,
The trees that's in the midst of the garden.
God had said, "You shall not eat of it, neither shall you touch it, lest ye die."
Now, the Garden of Eden is the Garden of Eden. That was just one spot. The whole spot was the Garden of Eden. There was no life nowhere else. There was no life nowhere else. There was no America. There was no Tobago, Panama, down south, north, South Carolina, North Carolina, East Carolina, West Carolinas. Hey, listen, man. It was none of that. None of that was about no Caribbean islands. The only place where life existed was the Garden of Eden. And during the creation, when God created, he was creating the Garden of Eden. That's what he was creating.
That's why you can't find
And when man sinned, a lot of things got shifted and distorted, stretched out, pushed out. Now you have different lands and different places, other places now, because they got to get out of there.
Get out of there. All empty land out there.
They got to get out of there.
Yeah. Barren land.
Look what let's read that again.
And the woman said unto the serpent, we may eat of the fruit of the tree of the garden.
We may eat of every fruit of the trees of the garden.
But of the fruit of the tree, which is in the midst of the garden, God had said.
God had said. My God, the woman said, God said. Why do we what else? Where are you getting that the woman lied? God didn't say that. She said it. But she said God said it. The woman did not know what lying was.
You're lying.
Stop lying. She never lied.
You lying.
We lie on her by calling her a liar. Eve's not a liar. Eve is the mother of all living. And if you look at this woman as the mother of all living, as your mother, then you'll watch your words when you say certain things against that woman. Because guess what? She was able to inquire of God and get an answer. Can you inquire of God and get an answer? I said Rebecca was able to inquire of God and get an answer. Can you inquire of God and get an answer? No, because your ways stink. Your ways stink and you ain't doing good. You're not taking. You're not improving. You're not improving. And that was a point that my brother Prince Zachariah, man, he said, listen, man. And this is the key, and this is for everybody. When we do wrong and we violate the commandments of God, yeah, you can fast. Yeah, you can confess it. And you can feel sorry. But what we need to do is to improve. Know what I mean by improve? No, not just stop. You know what I mean by improve? I gotta do something. Add on. And there you go. I gotta add on something to my life to where God can see, well, okay, there is something for nothing. I violated. Okay, from now, because I violated, I gotta add this on to my life. I gotta add this on to my life. That's what my, listen, man. Listen, man. Your father is the pace setter.
That's right.
And when the man violated and messed up, he said, man, I gotta do something. He said, I gotta do something to prove to God or show God that I'm sorry. He said, you know what? I'm gonna fast 3 days out the week.
For the rest of his life.
For the rest of my life. I ain't gonna never stop. So I can prove to God and show him my sincerity and show him that I'm sorry for what I did. Sometimes he's fast for 3 days. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday is Yom Kippur. The next day is Yom Kippur. You go right into a full day fast. Another thing I realized, the man wore sackcloth on his loins for the rest of his life. For the remainder of his life, he put on sackcloth.
That's right.
Yeah.
Sackcloth, why was that important? And you could understand that and read that in the book of the Kings with Ahab. Ahab humbled himself before God.
This is how you humble yourself.
And he showed us how and what to do to humble ourselves before God. Right? What did he do? He fasted and put on sackcloth. I think that was it. Yeah. He fasted and put on sackcloth.
And he went softly.
And he walked softly. Wait. Oh my gosh. Do we know, do we have a lot of people that so-called fast? But they got an attitude.
Or listening to music.
They argue and boisterous. And then you can look at the person and say, man, wait a minute, aren't you on the fast? Because when you're on the fast, it calls for a certain what? No, not action, but a certain type of character.
Goes with it.
A certain type of character.
Goes with it.
It calls for a humble character. You gotta humble yourself while you're fasting and seeking the attention of God. So when he fasted and put on sackcloth, God had to hold back the angel. You know why? Because he don't respect what God respects. The angels are not all merciful. The angels are not compassionate. The angels are not pity. God had to hold the angel back. He said, man, that's enough. He gonna keep destroying and wiping out. All the angels know, all the angels of God know it's one thing. You are a violator. That's it.
They got one command.
One command.
And Moses had to rush in the middle. Keep dropping.
They was gonna keep, listen, man.
Even though God was like, all right, that's it, they still going, man.
They gonna still go.
He said, my name is in them.
So I realized that with my pops, man, that man wore sackcloth for the rest of his life. To stay in that humble state, to gain attention, to gain the favor and the mercy and the pity and compassion of God. That's why he did what he did. Where we at, man?
Verse 4.
Go ahead.
And the serpent said,
No, go back. He said, you shall not. Go ahead, go back to that. He said, God said,
you shall not eat of the tree.
God said, you shall not eat of it.
Neither shall you touch it.
Neither shall you touch it.
Lest ye die.
Lest ye die. But we want to call Eve a liar. Eve ain't no liar. Eve was innocent before God. She didn't know what lying was. So when she said, God said, I said, God said it. He said, don't eat from it and don't touch it. And those are two things that we need to watch. Watch what you touch. Watch what you consume and put in your body.
That's right.
Yep.
Huh?
That's right.
I don't touch things that God despises.
That's right.
I don't touch things that is abominable by God.
That's right.
If you drop your cross, that cross stays on the floor. I'm not picking it up.
That's right.
Because when you touch, it goes into adornment.
Adornment and veneration.
Veneration. And these are receptors. When we pray with our hands out.
Right.
When we bless, come here, son. When we bless, Jacob took his son and he put his hand on the top of his head and he reiterated the blessing, which means it's a transformation that goes on when you say things and chant things out of your mouth. When the high priest is confessing the sins of the nation upon the head of the scapegoat during Yom Kippur, he put his hands on top of the head of the scapegoat and he confesses the sins of the whole nation of Israel upon the head of that scapegoat. Okay? And because we don't have a high priest and we can't go through that process, we still bear the sins. We still bearing our sins. And the iniquities that we are bearing is weighing down on your spirit. The iniquities that we have committed is weighing down on our spirit. And this is what keeping you and putting the wedge between you and God. Because we serve a God that hates iniquity. We serve a God that hates iniquity. We serve a God that hates transgression. Right. So because God hates sin, because we serve a God that hates transgression, he gave us a book and told us, thou shalt not. Don't do this. Do this, don't do this. Because when you do this, it pushes me away. When you don't do this, it pushes me away. Because you're going against my laws and the commandments. You're going against what I said. And yes, no love. No love. I said, no love. How you gonna show love to something to God and you don't go and you go against his word? How you gonna show love to your parents and you go against their word? How you gonna show love to your husband and you go against what I say? Love is shown. Love is actions. Love is not spoken. Love is shown, man. Let's realize that. Let's realize that. Let's read.
And the serpent said unto the woman, ye shall not surely die.
Look what the serpent told him. He said, you ain't gonna die. I said, you ain't gonna die. What did it say?
For God doeth know that in the day ye eat
For God knows that in the day you eat thereof,
then your eyes shall be open.
Then your eyes shall be open. Let's dig up on that word there. The word for open is pakwak. Pay, proof, het. You know what pakwak means? Open to general view. Open to general.
That's right.
But God gave us a law, commandments, and statutes to differentiate and separate us from the mentality of the world.
Right.
He gave us these laws, commandments, and statutes to differentiate us from the world.
Right.
Huh? Huh? Come on, man. Come on, man. He gave us that. He gave us these laws to separate us from the world, man.
Right.
Gave us a dress wear.
Holy Lord.
I said he gave us a dress wear. Why do brothers walk around in suit and ties, which is foreign apparel?
Wow.
Anything other than what God prescribed, which is robes and garments, turbans. We didn't wear fitted caps.
Talk about it.
Huh?
Talk about it.
We didn't wear that. That wasn't our attire.
Talk about
In the time of the Maccabees, the Israelites was forced to put on caps,
it. Uh-oh.
to put on hats.
Uh-oh.
And these hats had wings on the side in honor of a deity.
That's right.
We wear the fitted caps, but it don't have the wings. It just got the beak.
That's right.
Know the history of where these things come from. There's a history behind the tie.
That's right.
That's called the hangman noose. But the brother quickly to take listen, man, I ain't never putting on no suit and tie. When it was time for graduation, and this was, wait a minute, this was 95, 96. Tells you the level that my father was at.
Right.
95, 96, I'm graduating from high school. He didn't put no suit and tie on me.
That's right. That's right.
We went to the tailor. Got linen material. Make garments, make garment pants, buy some shoes, we gone. Raised different, man.
That's right.
Say it again. We was raised different.
Say it again.
Raised according to what God said and what God expects from us.
MC Hammer.
That's it, man.
Can't touch this, man.
Women don't wear pants. I said women are not supposed to be wearing pants.
Talk about it.
Pants is a man's attire.
Talk about
I
it.
don't care if it's loose.
Yeah.
I don't care if it's baggy.
Yeah.
Women don't wear pants.
Talk about
Women
it.
don't put on shorts.
Talk
Because
about
now you're the same like the pagan and heathenistic woman out there.
Easy.
Women didn't wear tights and span all that. No, we didn't wear that. Now the spandex and the tights has become it's part of a attire to go outside in.
Yeah.
Every curve, every cellulite, every dent, every mark. If you look, you'll see it. She got a dent there. You'll see that this cheek is bigger than that cheek.
That's right.
You'll see and realize that the front of her quads here has a dent here, but that one don't got a dent. This one's a little pushed out here. I see all that in those spandex. Details. And guess what? I look. That don't mean I desire it and want it because I looked. Yeah, I look. I said, man, look at this. No good. Because we got to train ourselves not to like these things.
That's right.
Yeah, us as men got to train ourselves to look at that and say, man, that's despicable.
That's right.
That's hated by God. And
That's
I
right.
got to train myself to hate it. I can't keep turning around after the woman in her poom poom shorts because she looked despicable in the eyes of God, showing her nakedness.
That's right. That's right.
Huh?
That's right.
So I'm supposed to look
Huh?
at
And she came and cooked beans.
Can't desire that. That's not what I want. Huh? Brother said can't even cook beans. Can't even boil water. Can't even boil water. He said, my pop said, man, she burned water. Man, if you burn water, something wrong. Something wrong. Can't boil an egg? Something wrong. You know why? Because women learned certain qualities and certain values from their mother.
That's right.
Kevin Samuel said, and people talk against Kevin Samuel. You know why? Because these women are
denying.
No, not denied. Wait, let me think of the word.
Stubborn and defiant.
Well, anyway, right? He said he looked at the woman. He said, "Were you taught to be a wife?"
They can't say yes.
I said, "Were you taught
To
be a wife?"
Oh, man, Rudy.
Look at the man.
They can't say yeah to that.
Were you taught to be a husband?
They can't say yeah.
These are things that you have to be taught between two parents
That's right.
that stayed together, and they were the examples for their sons and daughters.
That's right.
This is why when a woman is grown up and has grown up to be a woman, she accepts certain things that this one won't accept because this is what she saw.
That's right.
And sometimes the woman is brought up around it, but she leaned more towards the Western mentality.
Yeah, that's how most of the world is. A lot of people brought up so good, but they like this America.
The same thing like the men.
Yeah.
They lean more towards
like
that
America.
Western mentality.
Like the trendy stuff.
The man was taught how to be men and husbands.
Yeah.
The woman was taught how to be wives.
Yeah.
Huh?
Everybody have a
And most women don't know how to be a wife. A feminine woman. A feminine woman remains feminine.
That's right. That's right.
A feminine woman remains feminine.
in any situation.
Wait. Even when she's angry.
That's right.
Situation.
That's right.
Huh?
That's right. Talk about
A feminine woman shows affection
Yeah.
all the time.
Yeah.
All the time. Huh? That's a feminine woman. And when when you're not feminine, she'll scream and yell.
Things gonna happen.
When you're not feminine, you'll scream and yell.
That's right. You're gonna get out of place.
When you're not feminine, you'll get out of place.
That's right. You're gonna say the wrong thing.
Huh?
You'll do the wrong. That's right.
You're not supposed to be masculine. He said, what you done described for me is a man.
Mm-hmm.
Everything you said, woman, tells me that you're a man. He said, no, Captain Sam. He said, yeah. Because those are not womanly traits.
That's right. That's correct.
Womanly traits. There are certain traits that are expected from women, and there are certain traits that are expected from men.
Right.
Learn your traits. Learn your traits. Learn it. Understand what your trait's supposed to be. And stop dipping into things and going into things that you need to stay out of. Come on, man. I'm not here to tell you sob stories and dreams.
Facts.
And when I teach you these laws, commandments, and statutes, it's for us to change.
Right.
It's not for you to say, why you talking about me?
That's right.
It's not for you to say that you're throwing stones.
That's right.
It's not for you to say, none of that. You know what it's for you to say? I did this.
That's right.
I had moved in that manner.
That's right.
I need to change. I need to stop. That's me. I gotta stop.
That's right.
Let's read.
Verse 5. For God doth know that in the day ye eat thereof, then your eyes shall be open, and ye shall be as gods,
And you shall be like gods.
knowing good and evil.
Knowing good and evil. Now, people say there's no such thing as Satan.
The devil is a lie.
God created Satan.
That's right.
And when the adversary did certain things, God allowed him to do it.
That's right.
God allowed him to do it. Yes, God created good and evil, but God allows certain things to transpire and go down according to your ways and your actions. Now, God don't force you to do nothing. He gives you the command and he step out to see what you want to choose. Because God wants a willing heart. The Creator wants a willing heart. And guess what? I want a willing heart. I don't want to have to keep forcing you. I don't want to have to keep forcing you. Staying on top of you. I don't want to have to keep doing that. So I reiterate the laws and the commandments and statutes of God. I reiterate the things that is holy and profane. I reiterate the things that is abominable by God. And I step out. I step out to see what you're going to do. Do I have to step in and make it affirmative? Or I can step out and watch you work. Watch you start making changes without me having to put my foot down. That's what a man does. Y'all don't force it. And I'm going to wait to see if you want to start making the changes. But if you take too long to make the changes, guess what? The mind steps in.
That's right.
I step in now. I'm in it now. I've been telling you the laws and the commandments of God over and over. And you've been doing this for so much a time. And you know that thou shalt not, what you need to be doing, what you don't need to be doing. And I waited to see if you're going to start putting this into effect, and you haven't yet. Now, my foot is down. I don't want this done no more.
No more. Here it go. Here it
That's
go. Talk.
You got to put your foot down, man. I don't leave you alone. I can't step out and leave you alone to yourself. There come upon a time with certain things, I must put my foot down.
This is the point of time. Talk it.
Got to.
Talk it. Yeah.
You know why?
Especially when laws.
Yeah, talk it. Talk it.
Let's read, man. Let's read.
Talk it.
Let's read.
Talk it.
Because guess what? There was a certain time in history where the prophet approached the woman. Jeremiah. The woman said, pointed over there. She said, don't you see our husbands? She said, they're bringing the wood. We are only doing according to what our husbands allow us to do. So Jeremiah left off from those women and went to the men. Don't tell me nothing. I do according to what my husband accepts me and allow me to do. God gonna charge you, O thou son of man. I said, God is gonna charge you, O thou son of man. And we gotta realize and understand this, man. The woman gotta realize this, that what you do affects your husband. What you do affects your man. Because if I give you the leeway, God gonna look at you and say, man, you did it.
That's right.
You did it. Like Ahab. Ahab didn't do nothing. But his wife, Jezebel, she was the one that did all the atrocities, all the abominations, set up people, killed, murdered people. But he didn't do it. He didn't stop her.
So he did it.
Next thing he died. And what? Ramoth Gilead? Was that the one that changed? He changed his kingly apparel.
Yeah, him and Jehoshaphat.
Him and Jehoshaphat. And the dude went to war. An arrow got shot in the venture. When it said that arrow got shot in the venture, I didn't aim it at you. I just shot it in the air. God let that arrow and it hit you, who was supposed to get hit.
One arrow.
That's it. Let's read.
And when the woman saw that the tree was good for food.
When the woman saw that the tree was good for food, she didn't eat it yet. But her what? Her desire started to increase.
Yeah.
She started desiring these things. She started desiring. Her desires got increased. Now she's looking at it, and now she got thoughts. Second thoughts about this tree of knowledge of good and evil that the serpent done put in her head. The serpent put that in her head. Yeah, the serpent talked. This is somewhat compared to the time of Balaam with the ass. When the ass spoke, he said, haven't I served you all this? Have I ever did this before? Did I, when you travel on me, did I ever crop down and squash your foot and jump on side because the path was narrow? But when God opened his eyes, he said, the angel of the Lord stood before that ass with his sword drawn. And then the ass told Balaam, he said, if you would have came through, and that ass, the angel told him, he said, if you would have came through, and that ass didn't stop. He said, I would have killed you and slayed the ass. You would have died. So that's what the situation was then.
Yeah.
See, the things that our forefathers experienced back then, you will never experience. Never. Because we're so far away. And there's not much, it's too much sin.
Many generations.
Generations and generations of iniquity, the brother said. He right. So the serpent spoke to Balaam. No, to Eve. The ass spoke to Balaam. And it was all one language. The language got incorporated after the Tower of Babel. When God confounded the language. God confounded the language. Your language is different from this one. This one language, your two languages different from that. Nobody spoke the same language. Now, because we all speak different languages, I can't travel with you no more. You can't travel with him no more. This one can't travel with that one no more. We all left off and branched off into our own divided and scattered abroad. And started not incorporating, but developing, right, civilization, countries, going to different spots. Let's read.
When the woman saw that the tree was good for food.
Now she started desiring it before she ate it.
And that it was
I said she started desiring it before she ate it. Low talk mode. Watch what you desire. Watch what you lust after. Huh? be careful of the things that you want, because before you take it, you're going to want it. Before you get into it, you're going to desire it. So God tells me to control my desires. I had sexual cohabitation with this woman because I desired what I see. I liked what I see. So what I saw wasn't right by God, because she's walking around with no clothes on. But I desired that, and this is what I wanted, which means my spirit is evil. I'm evil. I'm contrary. I'm opposite to God. That's why we cohabitate and be promiscuous with many different women, because our priorities are not straight.
That's right.
Control yourself.
It's not of God.
That's right.
Control yourself, young man.
Time sheet.
And that it was pleasant to the eyes.
Pleasant to the eyes. What verse you at?
6.
Go ahead.
And a tree to be desired to make
A
one
tree
rise.
to be desired to make one rise.
She
Read.
took of the fruit thereof.
She took of the fruit
And
thereof
did eat.
and did eat. That's all it is. It ain't say if it was orange. It ain't say if it was an apple. It ain't say if it was a banana.
The whole world.
Some people say it ain't actual fruit.
Some say it wasn't.
It was the member of Adam. It was Adam's member.
Some people say it wasn't really trees.
Some people say it wasn't even trees. Some people say the trees were beings. The trees was people. What the book said, man. I said what the book said. It was trees. The word for trees in the Hebrew is X. Ayin Zadeh.
Agree with the fool.
Trees.
Agree with the fool.
And it's a fruit from a tree that God told us and commanded Adam and Eve not to eat. It was a fruit that will give you wisdom, knowledge of both sides, knowledge of good and knowledge of evil. So now we're born with both.
You're aware now.
And now we are born with both. So therefore, because we are born with good and evil, God gave us laws, commandments, and statutes to fight the evil that's in us. We can only fight the evil that's in us with this book. We can only control the evil that's in us with this book. This is why God told us certain things to do. One of the things he said was to read. Read, right? Every day of your life. He said, speak about it when you sit in the house, when you walk by the way, when you lie down, when you rise up, because the things that you speak about has an effect on your spirit. That's the programming. The things that we speak about has an effect on your spirit. He said, and if you're pursuing justice and righteousness, he said, speak just things, right things. Okay, let's read.
She took of the fruit thereof and did eat.
She took of the fruit thereof and did eat.
And gave also unto her husband with her, and he did eat.
And gave also to her husband also. Now he ate it. What verse you at?
7.
Mm-hmm.
And the eyes of them both were open.
Both of their eyes was open. Now they realize and know that they was naked. Now I can see and say, well, wow, I'm naked. I need to cover myself. I need to cover myself. I am aware that I'm naked. I need to cover myself. Go ahead.
And they sewed fig leaves together.
They sewed fig leaves.
And made themselves aprons.
The word for aprons is hagarot. Hagarot means girdles. Yeah. The men wore girdles. The woman wore girdles. Which means what? It was in wrapping. It was a cloth that was wrapped around their private area, around the front and around the back, which covered both front and back. They didn't have boxers. They didn't have briefs. They didn't have panties. Our mothers still wore girdles. They didn't wear panties. IES is a suffix. Learn your English. The word is pants. IES doesn't make it feminine.
It makes it plural.
Makes it plural. Panties. There goes all your panties. You got 20 of them. But you ain't going to say panties if it's one.
Right. It's still
Okay? Learn English. Go to school and stop dropping out in public school. Learn English. Learn grammar.
Turn on the TV. Open up the book.
Time sheet.
Verse 8.
So there are underwears which I'm gonna buy for my e-shop that the models wear. That they have ties here, and they also have like a strap where you can take it and connect. Click where it connects. Click, and they don't have to put it on one leg at a time.
Got button snaps too.
They don't have to put it one leg at a time like you put on the pants. Like you put on the pants. Let's read. See, listen. God is against. There's a word called Keli in Deuteronomy 22. Right? Brother came here. He said, don't, my father said, he said, don't use that cup. That's the woman's cup. Bring a man cup. The brother damn near snapped his neck. Looked at him, went like this. He said, you doing that? He said, there's nobody in Israel that's doing that. And it's supposed to be done. It's law. It's law, which means the men and the woman things was separate. That's law. We didn't share the same spoons, same utensils, same artifacts, same vessels, same containers, the same garments, same clothing. I can't take my coat and put it over you, woman, because you're cold. You're going to freeze.
She got her own Tanakh.
She got her own book. You don't use my book.
That's how deep it goes.
You got your own dictionary. You don't use my dictionary. I got my own. You got your own. This is the woman chairs, woman sofa. That chair over there, the two chairs, that's my chair. Don't sit on that chair. Right. And don't allow your company to come here and sit on my chairs. Right. No, men don't sit on Instill the laws. Enforce the laws and the commandments of God in the house with pagans. With pagans. Because that's when you got to enforce it. When the pagans come to your house, you got to enforce these laws. You got to enforce the rules. And be on point. Let's read.
They heard the voice of the Lord God walking in the garden in the cool of the day.
They heard the voice of the Lord God, what?
Walking in the garden in the cool of the day.
They heard God coming. He didn't have to say nothing, but they was able to perceive his presence. They was able to perceive God. The presence of God is near. So they ran because they're at fault. They ran because they was at fault and started hiding themselves amongst the trees. Guilt settled in. One thing you got to realize with our forefathers, when you do wrong according to what God said, you got to have some type of amount of guilt in you. You got to have some type of shame in you for the things you did. You got to have some type of guilt in you for the things you did, because that's what's going to bring about changes. That's going to make you improve. That's going to make you take heed. Because if you don't feel guilty about what you did, then you're not going to change. You're not going to improve. You got to feel bad about what you did, man. And be truthful with yourself and say, yeah, you know what? I did that too, man. But you know what? I wasn't in the right frame of mind. Yeah. I wasn't in the right frame of mind.
That wasn't me.
That ain't me. And you start emanating the real you. You start showing who you are by taking heed to every word that we read in this book. Now I can say, well, okay, let's read it.
And they heard the voice of the Lord God.
They heard the voice of God walking in the cool of the day.
And Adam and his wife hid themselves from the presence of the Lord God amongst the trees of the garden. And the Lord God called unto Adam and said unto him, where art thou?
He said, where are you?
He said,
where you at? Where art thou? Tom Sheep.
And he said, I
listen
heard
here,
thy
man.
voice.
When they ate that tree of knowledge of good and evil, listen, certain things was taken from them.
Yeah.
Certain knowledge was taken from them. Certain things they knew could not speak of or voice, because it ain't for them to know. Listen, let's read.
And he said, I heard thy voice in the garden.
I heard your voice in the garden.
And I was afraid.
I was afraid.
Because I was naked.
He said, because I'm naked.
And I hid myself.
And
he said, who told thee that thou was naked?
Hey, wait a minute. Who told you that you was naked? You're not supposed to know that you are naked. Huh? He said, you're not supposed to know that you're naked. Who told you that? Tamshi.
And he said, who told thee that thou was naked?
Tamshi.
Hast thou eaten of the tree whereof I commanded
He said,
thee?
did you eat from what?
From the tree. Hast thou eaten of the tree whereof I commanded thee, that thou shouldest not eat?
Did you eat from the tree that I done told you not to eat from?
Right.
Did you eat from that tree that I told you not to touch? Because Eve said, God said. So God said it. And I'm not going to take away from what I read. God ain't said it. But the book said God said it, then God said it. Leave it the way it is. It said God said. Oh, God ain't said it, but the book said God said. Remember one thing. You know who's reiterating this? God is reiterating this. To who? To Moses. God reiterated the whole first 5 books to Moses in Mount Sinai.
God is telling this story.
God is telling this story, man. That's the first thing that you got to put in your mind when you start reading these first 5. That God is reiterating everything that we read in this book. Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. Stop questioning these 5 books. Don't question that. This is the word of God, man.
I can't believe nothing.
This is the word of God. Let's read. He says, hast thou eaten of the tree whereby I commanded thee that thou shouldest not eat? Huh?
And the man said, the woman whom thou gavest to be with me, she gave me of the tree, and I did eat.
He said, the woman that you gave me, huh? She gave me of the tree, and I did eat. Tamshi.
And Israel said unto the woman, what is this that thou hast done?
He said, man, what did you do? You don't know what you did. There was a man named Ezra. He said, oh, thou Adam, what did you do? And guess what? Don't you notice that they did not blame the woman? He blamed the woman for nothing. He blamed Adam. He said, Adam, what did you do? He said, because you ain't the only one that's going to die, but all of us that come from thee. Every last one of us that come from you got to go that way now. Because God didn't create us to die. God didn't create man to die. And I read in the book, it's not in here, but it makes sense. The serpent, see, remember, God gave every living thing a commandment to do what? Be fruitful and multiply. So there was going to come a time where Eve and Adam become fruitful and multiply in that innocent state. In that innocent state. You know what that is? The serpent messed that whole thing up by interrupting what God said.
Can't get through that.
Tamshi.
And the woman said, the serpent beguiled me, and I did eat.
The serpent beguiled me, and I did eat. What is beguiled? Right? The word for beguiled is the word for beguiled. If I'm not mistaken, I think it says nasa. Nasa. Boom, 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 boom. Huh?
He said, Hishiami.
Where?
13.
I'm looking at the wrong one. Wayomela Shadar Lahenu La Isha Mazot Asit. Yeah, Hishiani. Look that up in the Hebrew. I think the root word is Nasa.
Nasa, man. Yeah.
Right, I'm right.
Nasa.
The root word is Nasa. You're not going to it.
To deceive.
Right.
Or beguile.
That's right. It means to beguile, to deceive, right? It also means to lead astray, to cause to err, to cause to deviate, right? It also means to delude. You know what delude means? To impose a misleading belief upon someone.
Mislead.
To impose, though. What does impose mean? To put it on. To cause this person to believe this. Huh? To cause this same belief that you believe, you done enforcing and imposing it on this person. And that's right. And that's what the serpent did.
She was convinced.
She was convinced. She was led astray. She was caused to deviate. Huh? Said she got beguiled. Yes, she could have got. Yes, she got beguiled.
Yeah, she realized.
She was innocent.
Yeah.
The woman was innocent, man. There was no sin in that woman before she ate of the tree of knowledge of good and evil.
That's right.
There was no sin in man before they ate of the tree of knowledge of good and evil.
That's correct.
Tom sheep.
And the woman said, the serpent beguiled me and I did eat.
Uh-huh.
The Lord
What
God,
verse you at? 14. Go ahead, read.
The Lord God said unto the serpent, because thou hast done this.
Because thou hast done this, O serpent. Now remember, the serpent was counted amongst the cattle,
right,
which means he had 4 legs.
Right.
Read.
Because thou hast done this, thou art cursed above all cattle.
He said, because you did this, he said, you are cursed above all cattle. God took his legs. Now the serpent can't walk. Come, she.
And above every beast of the field.
Every beast of the field. Time
upon thy belly shalt thou go. And thus shalt thou eat all the
thus
days
shall
of
I
thy
eat
life.
all the days of thy life. Time she.
And I will put enmity between thee and the woman, and between thy seed and her seed.
What verse you at?
15.
Go ahead. I'll put enmity between who?
Thee and the woman.
You and the woman.
Between thy seed and her
seed.
seed
And thy seed and her seed.
Thou shalt bruise thy head. Thou shalt bruise his heels. And unto the woman he said, I will greatly multiply thy sorrow.
I will greatly multiply thy sorrow and thy conception. Which means before the consumption of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, childbirth was smooth. You ain't gonna go through child labor. You ain't gonna have a baby and die in childbirth. All that comes with having babies. But yet, guess what? The desire was still there to have a baby. No matter, not caring about the conception and the sorrow, because God said it. God put that desire in the woman to desire to have the baby, not caring about what they go through during the pregnancy.
They could go through it.
Huh? Some gonna die through it. That's the curse. That's what God said. Some gonna live. That's it. Baby. But they're gonna want to have babies.
They don't feel like a woman.
That's right. Tom she.
I will greatly multiply thy sorrow and thy conception. In sorrow thou shalt bring forth children. And thy desire shall be to thy husband. And thy desire shall be to who? To thy husband.
To your husband. The word for desire is teshukwa. Teshukwa means to desire. Teshukwa means to long for. Your desire shall be to your husband. You should long for your husband. You don't desire other men that's not your man. You don't long for men that's not your man. You don't do that. There's no man that look better than your man. There's no man that do it better than your man.
You don't believe no man.
You don't believe no man over your man. Which means what? You don't go on YouTube and believe men above what your man told you. Well, my man ain't tell me that. I'm not acknowledging that. That's when your desire is 100% towards your husband. You don't put no man opinion over your husband. You don't put no man's statement above your husband, because you didn't hear those words come out of my mouth. You didn't hear me tell you that. Did I ever teach you that? No.
I'm your counselor.
Right. I'm your counselor. We didn't have marriage counselors.
No.
You know what's the counsel? You hearken to what I said. That's it. Do what I said. And everything gonna move smoothly. But well, I don't have to hearken to you say, but don't you want? I'm supposed to be the leader. I'm supposed to lead, guide, right? Shield, protect, support. You don't think other things go with that when a man is leading, guiding, supporting, and protecting?
The rulership. I need the rulership to come to complete that. Yeah.
Let's read.
And thy desire shall be to thy husband, and he shall rule over thee.
Rule over thee. You know what the ruling is? I got to put my foot down when it's concerning God.
That's right.
I got to rule
Dominion.
in the fear of
I
God.
have to dominate.
Dominant.
That's right.
Our forefathers didn't tell the women, oh, don't go out in the field, you stay home. They ain't doing that. You know what the ruling was? Don't violate the laws of God. Don't do that. Don't do this. Don't do that, because when you do this, you violate the laws of God. When you do that, you violate the laws of God. The woman got up and said, listen, husband, she said, I'm going to seek the prophet.
Yeah.
But the husband said, he said, this ain't new moon, Shabbat, or nothing. He said, why are you going? She said, it'll be well. And he said, okay, go ahead. Took a word for it. He said, oh, go ahead. You know why? He had to go through the strenuous things because the man trusted his wife. They're one.
Yeah.
And all was.
That's right. Tom Street.
And unto Adam he said, because thou hast hearkened unto the voice of thy wife, and hast eaten of the tree of which I commanded thee, saying, thou shalt not eat of it, cursed is the ground for thy sake.
Cursed is the ground for your sake. Read.
In sorrow shalt thou eat of it all the days of thy life.
In sorrow shalt thou eat from it all the days of thy life. Read.
Thorns also and thistles shall it bring forth to thee, and thou shalt eat the herb of the field.
Before that, there was no thorns and thistles. Now, the grass was used for a carpet. I was able to walk across the grass without getting stuck. Any grass. But after the curse, when God cursed, when that curse came, thorns and thistles grew in the grass. Right? Go ahead.
In the sweat of thy face.
Sweat of thy face shall thou eat bread.
Till thou return unto the ground.
Till thou return
out
to the
of it
ground.
was thou taken, but dust thou art, and unto dust shalt thou return. And Adam called his wife named Eve, because she was the mother of all living.
The mother of all living.
Unto Adam also and to his wife did the Lord God make coats of skin.
Coats of skin and clothed them, which means that was not enough.
The apron was not enough.
For Adam and for Eve to be walking around with just girdles covering their front and the back was not enough. You're still naked. He said, let me get coats of skin, robes, and cover them. Cover them. Tom, see?
And the Lord God said, behold, the man is become as one of us, to know good and evil.
The man has become as one of us, to know good and evil. People have a problem with that. Who is God talking to? No, he's not talking to JC. You know who he's talking to? His angels. His angelic hosts.
Us.
Okay? His angelic hosts. Because his angelic hosts know what is evil and what is good. Right? Because
he shall be as God.
He shall be as gods, knowing good and evil. He said, now they have become like one of us. Right? To know good and evil. Now, lest he put forth his hand and take also of the tree of knowledge and eat and live forever. Now, me knowing and having knowledge of both sides of the coin, and I go and eat from that tree of life, I'm going to live forever. Knowing that, having knowledge of both sides of the coin. Tom Sheep.
Therefore, the Lord God sent him forth from the Garden of Eden to till the ground from whence he was taken. So he drove out the man, and he placed at the east of the Garden of Eden cherubims and a flaming sword, which turned every way to keep the way of the tree of life.
Okay, Tom Sheep. Read the garden.
Yeah. And Adam knew,
and you know they trying to find those four rivers. Those four rivers would lead you to the Garden of Eden. Pison, Gihon, Hiddekel, and Euphrates. They can't find it. They're not going to find it.
The Garden of Eden the same way it was in the beginning.
Same way it
That's
was.
right.
It's hidden in plain sight.
Untouched.
It's hidden in plain sight.
And Adam knew Eve, his wife.
And Adam knew Eve, his wife.
She conceived.
She conceived. She got pregnant. Tom Sheep.
And bare Cain.
And she bore Cain. Tom Sheep.
And said, I have gotten a man from the Lord.
Now, people look at it and said, the word Cain, it means to purchase. Right? Quaying means to purchase. But Quaying also means to lament. Quaying also means to chant a dirge. A dirge is a song or a hymn of grief or lamentation. Lament means to expressing mourning or grief. Now we're going to see why his name was Cain, why he was named Quayim. Tamshi.
And said, I have gotten a man from the Lord. And she again bare his brother Abel.
Abel, Hebel. Hebel means vain. But was Abel vain?
No.
No, Abel wasn't vain. Hebel also means a mere breath. A mere breath is a short breath.
Time.
A short time. Tamshi.
And Abel was a keeper of sheep. And Cain was a tiller
Abel
of the
was
ground.
a keeper of sheep. That tells me how Abel, that his job and his occupation already told me his mindset and how Abel was. Which means in order to be a keeper of sheep, you gotta have an eye for the cattle. A person that can have an eye for cattle or for sheep, he has an eye for people. He has an eye for people. He gotta have a caring eye for those cattle. Not being, go ahead, read. That's right.
In the process of time, it came to pass that Cain brought of the fruit of the ground.
In process of time that what?
It came to pass that Cain brought of the fruit of the ground.
Cain brought of the fruit of the ground.
Offering unto the Lord.
It was his thought. It came to his mind first. To give up an offering before God. Why? Because iniquity is in the earth. You don't think they was aware of what went down and why they are not in the Garden of Eden? Why they got kicked out that Garden of Eden? What took place? Adam told them, and they got put on, man. Man, we not in there no more. We can't go in there no more. Don't you go over there.
That's right.
Because God put a cherubim over there that turns every way. You go over there, you're going to die. They stay out of there. They stay out of there.
Somebody find that is a rat.
That's right. Tamshi. So now their first thought was to what? Bring up an offering.
For what was done.
Bring up an offering.
Yeah. For the man.
Now, my brother just said something. He said shepherds. Shepherds are natural born leaders. That's what a shepherd is. Shepherd.
Leads you the right way.
You can't be taught that. That has to be in you, man. And if you're a shepherd, you don't repel.
No, you don't push people away.
When you're a shepherd, you don't repel and push people away with your actions and your mouth and how you are.
You're supposed to attract.
You're supposed to attract. A leader attracts people. That's right. Tamshi.
And Abel, he also brought of the firstlings of his flock.
Abel brought the firstlings of his flock.
And of the fat thereof.
The
Lord had respect unto Abel and to his offering. But unto Cain and to his offering he had not respect.
Okay now. Cain brought, it was Cain's idea to bring the offering. Right. Now remember the setup of the offerings was not established yet. No. The setup of the offerings wasn't established yet. When we read in Genesis, you see certain things done that wasn't established yet, that later on in the law it says don't do it.
You can't do it on your own.
You can't do that no more. You can't do this no more. Don't do that no more. But they did it in the beginning. In Genesis, it's the same situation now. The offerings was not set up yet. So when Cain, the reason why Cain's offering was not accepted was because what? Because Cain wasn't accepted. And because Cain wasn't accepted, we got to realize something. When we are not accepted by God, you are led. God will lead you in a way that's not accepted. He's going to lead. You're going to start doing things that's against God. Because guess what? You are not accepted in the eyes of God. So he's going to lead you towards doing things that he hates and despises. You ain't going to get it right.
You're going to make me right.
Okay? So now, how do we become accepted by God? How? There's a way. Abel was accepted by God and he was led towards doing the right thing. Bring up the correct way. Bring up the fat. Bring up the blood. Bring this up. Okay? Okay? And go ahead and read. Now, go ahead. He said, now the word for respect, right, is sha'ah.
Yeah.
Sha'ah means to turn to. God turned to Abel. God regarded Abel. Huh? He said, all right, Abel, to regard means what? A feeling of respect and affection towards. A feeling of respect and affection towards. So basically, we got to watch what we respect.
Yeah.
We can't respect things that God don't respect. We can't show affection for things that God don't show affection for. And that's what we do today, here and now. We respect things that God don't respect. We show affection for things that God don't show affection for, which means we regard it. We regard things that God don't regard. Affection means what? Tender attachment. When you're attached, you can't let it go. You can't let it go. Tender attachment. When you attach yourself to things that God said to hate and despise. Certain things we gotta let go. Certain things we gotta let go of, man. Certain things we gotta let go of. Because why? Because it's against God. That's what counts. Do we hear this, man? That's what counts in life. This is what counts in life, man. Do God accept it?
That's right.
And if God don't accept it, you don't accept it.
That's right.
If God despises it, you despise it.
That's right.
That's it. Choose, man. Choose.
It ain't no to each his own.
Choose. It ain't no to each his own.
No. God despises it, I despise it.
I despise it. That's it. It's your choice not to despise it, but get away from me.
Over there.
Facts.
It's your choice not to accept it, but get away from me.
Facts.
Abel gained God's attention for good and not evil. That's why the Most High led him towards that right thing to send up. And when they sent up that offering, how do God show you that your offering is accepted? And when you read it in Kings with Solomon, when Solomon sent up that prayer and set up that offering, after the prayer, fire came down from heaven and sucked up the offering. So when they both set up the offering, the fire came down and it was accepted by God. And that's how Abel was known that God accepted it. But when Cain sent up the offering, nothing happened. Nothing took place. See, I'm only going to voice and say things that the book said.
That's it.
That's how you know when the offerings was accepted. This is what I read in the book. I'm not going to speculate and add on. Huh?
It's right there already. That's right.
It never specified what God did not, what was in Cain, or what God did not accept, or what he was lacking in, or what he did that caused him not to be accepted in the eyes of God. So guess what? I ain't gonna put it there.
What you're saying is what caused him to
I ain't gonna put it there. I'm not gonna put it there. I'm not gonna say it. Oh, because he did. No, the book don't say that. Cain did something that wasn't accepted by God. It wasn't specified. I leave it like that. He just did something. He did something that wasn't accepted by God, that God didn't see fit to record and put here. It's not my business to bust my brain and find out what Cain did that wasn't accepted by God. Why God didn't accept him.
What you doing that's not accepted by God?
You know what you're doing.
All right? Where we at?
Verse 5.
Go ahead.
But unto Cain and to his offering he had not respect.
That's right.
And Cain was very wroth.
Cain was angry. Cain was tight. It says countenance fell. What is your countenance? Your facial expressions.
Your face.
Yeah, your face. So I could look at you and I could tell when you're angry. I could look at you and tell that you're happy. I could look at you and tell when you're displeased.
Yeah. And you don't like what I'm telling you.
And you don't like what I'm telling you.
Yeah.
So I can tell by the expression in your face.
I can see that too.
Just like God could tell. God looked at the countenance of Cain and he could tell that, listen, this man is angry and you tight.
Yeah.
Remind me of the time, man, you be displeased and you ain't frowning, but you can tell that you give off that vibe. So my father said, man, you angry, right? He said, no, I ain't angry. He said, yeah, you angry. He said, oh, yeah, you angry, man. Stop lying, man. Come here, man. He said, come here, man. What you angry about, man? He said, and sometimes, look. A father, man. A father. Sometimes he come and bend without you bending.
Say it again.
I said, sometimes my father bend, and he hard. I said, he hard as nails. Sometimes he come, he bend, he said, yo, come here, man. He said, man, come on, man. What's up, man? What you angry about, man? What's up? And sometimes he said, man, listen, he go crazy. But a father, we are compared to God. We're godly. Godly traits. You know why? Because sometimes God come out like with a furious anger. And then sometimes God pull back from his anger and said, man, what's wrong with y'all, man? He said, why you don't consider what's wrong with y'all? And he plead with you.
Yeah.
You don't always got to be a rampant tyrant going nut.
The son's supposed to realize
The son got to realize that. The child got to realize that and say, man, my father ain't had to bend.
That's love.
He said, man, he angry. He don't want me moving this way. He said, you know what? He said, my duty is to please my pops, man. Say it again. So I'm going to please my pops, man. I'm going to do what he said. Do what he want me to do. Because guess what? I'm not going to be able to go on in life not respecting my pops, man. Your destiny is being
Your destiny lies with
your direction, your destiny and your path is being panned out right now. 15, 14, 16 years old. And then when you reach a grown man, you're going to be living the future. You're already set in your ways.
Teach. That's how it goes.
That's how it goes. Where we at?
Verse 5.
Uh-huh.
And to his offering he had not respected.
No. Verse 7. Sorry. If thou doest
well, shalt thou not.
If thou doest well, the word for well is hated. To do good. To improve. To say it, I gotta repeat it again. Man, the brother hit it on the nail. I said his name is Prince Zachariah. I call him Johnny Walker Red.
Johnny Walker Red. That's right.
I said, I call him Johnny Walker Red.
He laughing right now.
He might laughing right now in his house with his wife and children. Johnny Walker Red. He know what I'm talking about. The brother said, when we offend God, when you offend God, we got to do something to improve. We got to improve. We got to improve. He said, how do you improve? He said, by adding on or doing something that is accepted by God. That's to accept that, to replace that.
That's right.
What you did. I done violated and did this. He said, okay, oh Lord, because I did that, I'm going to add this on.
It's a personal thing.
Like I said, that was an example that my father said. He messed up along in his life. And to show repentance, he said, listen, from here on in, for 3 days, I'm going to fast for those 3 days. For those 3 days, I'm going to fast straight. He said, from here on in, from here on in, from this day forth, I'm gonna gird my loins with sackcloth every day. So when we violate the laws of God, when we mess up and offend God, there are certain things that we need to do to make repairs, to improve. Okay? That's right.
That will help keep you.
He said, if you do as well, that what?
Shall thou not be accepted?
Shall thou not be accepted. Tom Sheep.
And if thou doest not well, sin lieth at the door.
And if you do as not well, then sin He said, all right, before I go into that, he said, if you do as well, shall thou not be accepted? Huh?
Mhm.
Shall thou not be accepted? And to do good, to do good, to improve, I gotta cover up the breach.
Yeah.
Because when we sin, when we violate the laws and the commandments of God, there's an opening in our spirit, which allows iniquity and sin to come in, which allows sin to come in. And that's when we become marred. Our spirit becomes marred. Our spirit becomes marred. Got that from Jeremiah chapter 13. Marred, right? It means what? Damage to a certain extent. When you're damaged to a certain extent, you can't make no repair. There's no repairs. You're beyond repair. Huh? It also means to detract from the perfection or wholeness of. To detract means to pull away from that which is lawful and right by God. Huh? That's when you're detracted. Huh? It also means to damage. It's called a blemish. Why are we detract from God? Because we are spiritually damaged. The brother used to always say, he said, damage, what? Spiritual damage. Oh, spiritual, you said that. You said that.
No,
Emotional damage.
That's spiritual damage.
The spiritual damage.
That's
Huh?
Your emotions show what your spirit is.
Okay, accepted, right? Read that verse over, verse 7.
If thou do well, shall thou not be accepted?
If thou doest well, shall thou not be accepted. He says, so now, if you do good, if I do that which is lawful and right by God, then God will accept you.
That's right.
And if I am not accepted, then God is not going to hearken to a prayer that is not from a person that is not accepted of God. Okay? Because the prayers are like offerings. We can't set up no more offerings. So now, during Minka, during the offerings, which is, Minka is only an offering. During the evening and the morning offerings, there are certain prayers. There are prayers that go up. There are prayers that go up before God. Because guess what? The heavens is open during those times. To receive prayer. Our forefathers during the 7th day of the Feast of Unleavened Bread, they confessed because at that point in time, the heaven was open for acceptance. And guess what? The same God then is the same God now. And that's why these rules and these curriculum and standards was put forth so that we can follow and gain the attention of God. We need it. With Jacob, when Jacob was wrestling the angel. Jacob was wrestling the angel, and the time also with the ladder. The angels ascending and descending. When he woke up out that dream, he said, man, this spot is the house of God. And I always questioned that. Was that the same spot that King Solomon built the temple? I'm telling you. Question that. I said, that must be the same spot that Solomon built the temple. Because these men was connected with God. They was linked in. Same spot. Next thing. Look, man. People talk against angels taking the form of men. So if you question Genesis 6 when angels took the form of men, then why you don't question when Jacob wrestled the angel?
You got to question the whole book, man. You don't believe
he wrestled with an angel.
An angel came and spoke to Samson's mother.
Angel came and spoke to Samson's mother. And they put the lock. He put the lock on that angel. The angel, you know what the angel told him? He said, hey, hold up. He said, man, I can't get out this lock. What kind of submission hold you got on me? He said, hey, listen, Jacob, Dako. He said, let me go. He said, the dawn break it. When you look up the word for dawn, it says shakari, shakar, shakari. That's the morning oblation. Listen, there was a certain time where the angels report to God. It happens right now, today. That report don't stop. They report it back to God. Right. Sometimes when they report, the adversary pops up. Didn't it happen to Job? The book of Job. They're reporting back to God. The adversary pop up. He said, hey, what you doing here? He said, what's up, man? He said, I'm walking to and fro, up and down on it. He said, you consider my servant Job? He said, this guy here is still evil. You've been all over the place between considering him, right? He said, he is still evil. To eschew evil means to turn away from evil. That's all it means. To turn away from that which is unlawful. Turn away from that which is evil and wicked.
Hey, bro, the two angels that came into flesh.
Right.
With Lot.
With Lot. Question that. Yeah.
They spoke to Abraham.
That's right.
There's angels all over that book. Angels all over that book.
That's right. That's right. Time sheet.
If thou doest not well, sin lieth at the door.
He said,
unto thee.
Go back.
If thou doest well, shall thou not be accepted.
Shall thou not be accepted? She'et. It means the root word is nasa. It means to lift up. If you do as well, I will lift you up. I will exalt you. I will exalt you. Right. And you ain't going to be exalted amongst the people. You're going to be exalted in the heavens. Right. You ain't even going to know. Oh, see God.
That's right.
You ain't even going to know if you're exalted.
That's right.
Huh? It also means to sustain. To sustain. You know what sustain means? To strengthen or support in these laws, commandments, and statutes. Right. That's when you're accepted. When you do the thing. But before God do that, I've got to put forth some type of action. I got to do something. I got to do something in order for God to say, well, I'm going to sustain this guy in these laws, in the commandments of God. Wow. I'm going to strengthen him in these laws, in these commandments of God. Let's read.
If thou doest well, shall thou not be accepted. And if thou doest not well, sin lieth at the door. And unto thee shall be his
sin lieth at the door. What door? The doors of your mind. Not this door. No. Sin is going to come to you. Iniquity is going to come to your mind. To lie is going to come to your mind. To accuse going to come to your mind. Right. To commit adultery going to come to your mind. To covet going to come to your mind. To deceive going to come to your mind. To cohabitate with your brother going to come to your mind. Yeah, men on men gonna come to your mind. Woman on woman gonna come to your mind.
You're gonna entertain it. You're gonna entertain it.
You're gonna entertain it. These things is gonna come to your mind because there's an opening, and I ain't doing good right now with God. I'm not in good standards with God. So there's a breach, there's an opening, and sin comes to your mind first. Before I violate, before you do it, it comes here.
That's right.
It comes here.
And it's going to keep coming there.
And it's going to keep coming. So you stop because he found a home.
He found a home.
Iniquity is a spirit. It's a spirit. Okay, let's read.
If thou doest not well, sin
lieth
at the door.
If thou doest not well, then sin lieth at the door.
And unto thee shall be his desire.
Unto thee shall it be a desire. Read.
And thou shalt rule over him.
But thou shalt rule over him. Yeah, I don't have to succumb.
You can rule over him.
I don't have to succumb to that which comes to my mind that is unlawful by God. But the only way to rule it, I have to be strengthened in the laws of God. I got to be firm in the laws of God. And the only way to be firm and strengthened and to fight the external forces is to stop sinning presumptuously.
How you do it?
Stop sinning presumptuously, because presumptuous iniquity weakens you.
You can't add on if you don't stop.
What does presumptuous mean?
Presumptuous iniquity is when you overstep your boundaries with God.
And you know.
What are the boundaries that God said? God said don't do, you cross the line and still cross it.
Oh, you know it's wrong, but
you know it's wrong and you still do it. Tom Street.
And Cain talked with Abel, his brother.
Cain told him. Cain had a nice conversation with Abel.
What was going on?
Oh yeah, Tom Street.
And it came to pass when they were in the field that Cain rose up against.
And it came to pass, years and years passed away.
When they were in the field.
They were in the field.
That Cain rose up against Abel.
Cain rose up against Abel, his own brother.
And slew him.
And he killed them.
Took it out.
He killed them. And the reason why he killed them, why? Why you rise up on your own brother and kill him? That's I don't know, man. There's no justification for that. Why did you kill this man? You know, go ahead, read.
And the Lord said unto Cain, where is Abel thy brother?
God came. He said, man, where's Abel?
And he said, I know not.
He said, man, I don't know where he at, man. Why you asking me, God? See, these people had a relationship with God, man. That's why they would say certain things. We said, well, man, yeah, I'm my brother's keeper. I wouldn't dare say that. Not me. I'm not in the standards of Cain.
No, sir.
I ain't nowhere near the standards of Cain. The standards that Cain is in with God, I ain't near that.
Where his head at now?
They spoke to God, man. They was there. Look, Cain is better than me.
He's talking to God.
I done got in contact with people where people call Cain a fool.
Yeah.
I said, hey, I can't stand people that talk like that.
Oh,
Saul's a fool. Oh, he did, man, you a fool.
You a fool.
You don't know what
I said, Saul's better than you.
Your parents were fools.
Cain is better than you.
Your parents were fools by having you.
Exactly.
They don't know what it is to be close
Like
to
Chief
God.
said, they should have flushed you in the
Flushed
toilet
you in the toilet.
for
Clown.
thinking that way.
Facts. Clown.
You don't talk against these men in this book, man.
Yeah.
These men and the woman in this book was put here for example.
Trendsetters, man.
Trendsetters.
Pioneers.
And the attention that these people have from God, you will never have.
That's right.
They got it.
You will never have.
That's right.
Different mentality.
Different mentality, man. Tamshi.
And he said, what hast thou done? The voice of thy brother's blood. From
God said, God said, he said, man, you did something.
Yeah.
What did you do, Cain? He said, because your brother's blood is crying out to me. This is innocent blood that you don't spill. Innocent blood that spilt unjustifiably cries out to God against you.
God has accepted.
Against you. Now, you want to go, I'll kill him. Go ahead. I'll kill him. I'll kill him. David didn't kill everybody. David did not kill everybody. If you want to follow the path of the righteous, Moses didn't kill everybody. You can't go around. If it ain't justifiable by what God said, it's not always looking to kill somebody. Stop looking to spill blood. The person ain't chasing you. You're not a threat. He's not chasing you to take your blood. I ain't gotta take the man's life.
Yeah.
Leave it. Now, a person chasing after me, he's gonna do me harm. Of course, I gotta get to him before you get to me. That's different. That's different. Let's read. Now, Cain kills his brother, right? You know why? Let me tell you why. Because Cain was angry from the beginning of time when God did not accept him. When God did not accept him. Okay? And when God told him the key, he said, if you do good or improve, I will exalt you. All right? God told him, in order for me to accept you, you got to improve in your doings. Improve and do good. Okay? Basically, guess what? He didn't improve.
Right.
He didn't take heed. You know how I know? Because God still stayed his distance.
Time passed.
And he still didn't improve. Which means he gave him time. He gave him enough time to improve and to do good. But he didn't improve because God stayed hidden from his face. Tamshi.
The voice of thy brother's blood crieth unto me
from the ground.
And now thou art cursed from the earth,
from
which had opened her mouth to receive thy brother's blood.
To receive thy brother's blood.
When thou tillest the ground, it shall not henceforth yield unto thee her strength. A fugitive and a vagabond shall thou be in the earth.
A fugitive and a vagabond shall thou be in the earth. You know what a fugitive is? Fugitive runs. He's on the run all the time. He's on the run and nobody's chasing him.
But that's how you move.
But that's how he's moving, like he's on the run, which means he's not going to be stable. He ain't going to settle. Tom Sheep.
And Cain said unto the Lord, my punishment is greater than I can bear.
He said, man, my punishment is this is too much. My punishment is greater than I can bear. Look what the first thing he said.
Behold, thou hast driven me out this day from the face of the earth.
You see what bothered him? You see what was the main thing that bothered him? That God pushed him away and he kept him at a distance. He wasn't able to gain God's attention. And guess what? They was able to perceive when the attention of God is towards them or away from them. They can detect that.
No contact.
We can't detect that. You think God close to me, God is with me, and God ain't nowhere near you. Why? Because this happened in your favor. Yeah, okay. He's also has pity and compassion and merciful. But we can't detect when God is pushed away or close or near. We can't detect that. That's how far away we are from God, man. He was able to detect when the presence of God was near or away, Tamshi.
And from thy face shall I be hid. And I shall be a fugitive and a vagabond in the earth. And it shall come to pass that everyone that findeth me shall slay me. The Lord said unto him, therefore, whosoever slayeth Cain, vengeance shall be taken on him sevenfold.
Vengeance shall be taken upon him sevenfold. Read.
And the Lord set a mark upon Cain,
lest any finding him should kill him. Even in the curse that God told Cain, he still showed pity and mercy. God has put a mark on Cain. It was a mark that could not be seen with the naked eye. It was a mark that was only seen.
The Spirit's gonna keep him.
That's right.
You keep him out of harm's way.
You only see him with the spiritual eye. Put a mark on him to protect him from, because anybody that find him is supposed to kill him.
The angels.
Anybody that find him is supposed to kill him, which means he's going to be against, and it also protected him from the angels that was supposed to be going at him.
The word is out already.
They're going to come at you. The word is out.
That's why that mark is there.
That's why that mark is there.
God put it there.
That's right.
It wasn't for man to see.
That's right. It was for the angels to see. Lamech didn't see the mark.
No.
It was to protect them from
people say it was a mark
the unseen ones.
There wasn't no mark on his forehead.
That's why God put that mark on him. Because the angels of God don't show pity and compassion. So that mark, God put a mark. Leave that man alone. But it come upon a time where it gotta happen. It gotta happen. You gotta die.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
And Cain went out from the presence of the Lord and dwelt in the land of Nod, on the east of Eden.
East of Eden.
Cain knew his wife.
And
she conceived and bare
Enoch.
And he builded a city and called the name of the city after the name of his son.
Let's read it.
And unto Enoch
was not Enoch that walked with God. Okay, let's continue reading.
And unto Enoch was born Irad.
Irad
begot Mahuyael.
Irad begot Mahuyael.
Mahuyael begot Methuselah.
This is not Methuselah that lived up. I'm not sure. Was it him? Yeah, it was. Yeah. This is the same Methuselah. Go ahead.
Methuselah begot Lamech.
Okay, stop right there. The line of Cain got cut off. Yeah. God cut off the line of Cain, all because of what Cain did. Lamech suffered because of what Cain did. Methuselah, Enoch, all these men suffered because of what their father did, which means God did visit the sin of their father upon his whole line, because the whole, that's right, upon his sons. The whole line was cut off. So a new generation, a new line came about, when Eve and Adam had another son named Seth, and the line continued in that line. Adam, Seth, Enos, Canaan, Mahalalel, Yared, Enoch, Methuselah, Lamech. Now that Methuselah that's in that line is different Methuselah from that other Methuselah.
Right. This is Methuselah.
Right.
Methuselah.
Right. Tom sheet.
And Lamech took unto him 2 wives. The name of the one was Adah.
Adah.
And the name of the other Zillah.
Zillah.
Adah bare Ebah. And he was the father of such as dwell in tents, and of such as have cattle. And his brother's name was Jubal. He was the father of all and such as handle the harp and organ. And Zillah, she also bare Tubal Cain, an instructor of every artificer in brass and iron. And the sister of Tubal Cain was Naamah. And Lamech said unto his wives, Adah and Zillah, hear my voice, ye wives of Lamech. Hearken unto my speech. For I have slain a man to my wounding.
I slain a man to my wounding.
And a young man to my hurt.
He didn't want to kill him. He said, a young man to my hurt. He said, I'm hurting that this happened. So why would he be bragging? Go ahead.
If Cain shall be avenged 7-fold, truly Lamech 70 and 7-fold.
Truly Lamech 70 and 7-fold. Now, let's go. Let me see. Cain, boom. Go ahead, Tom C. Okay, there it is. Which means he knew. He was aware of what God told Cain.
That's why he said what he said.
That's why he said, if Cain shall be avenged 7-fold, truly Lamech 70 and 7-fold. Because the Lord said unto him, therefore whoever slays Cain, vengeance shall be taken on him 7-fold. Which means he knew that. We wasn't a people to brag. He ain't bragging.
No, he said
it hurted him. Yeah. He was wounded and he was hurt by this situation. Oh, I gotta kill. I gotta not. He ain't happy about that, man. Tom C.
And Adam knew his wife again. She bare a son and called his name Seth.
Adam knew his wife again, and she what?
She bare a son and called his name Seth. For God said, she hath appointed me another seed instead of Abel.
Okay, cut that. Let's go to Psalms 119. Psalms 119, verse 57. Okay.
Psalms 119.
Verse 57.
Thou art my portion, O Lord.
Thou art my portion. The word for portion is kelki, kalach, ket lamed kuf. Portion. You know what a portion is? A person's destiny. He said, thou art my portion. You're my destiny. This is the destiny that I chose. This is the portion that I chose. This is the life that I chose. This is my course that I chose. This is something that we have to choose. This is something that we have to choose, man. We got to choose. Now, go ahead. He said, now destiny is what? Hold up. My bad. Destiny is what? Course in life or end. A course in life or end. He said, this is my portion. This is my destiny. This is my portion. This is my course in life. My course in life and my destiny in this life is to serve God and keep his commandments.
Not their portion.
Because my portion ain't got to be your portion. And your portion ain't got to be my portion. Now, we read about certain portions. I'm going to go into something in the Apocrypha to explain it a little more. You stay where you at. Psalms 119, stay right there. I'm going to the Apocrypha, Ecclesiasticus, chapter 33, verse 7. Right? Ecclesiasticus, chapter 33, verse 7. It says, he said, why does one day excels another? That's a question.
Why does one
one day excels another. Yeah. From one day to another. He said, why? That's the question. Right? He said, when as all the light of every day in the year is of the sun. He said, how in the world does one day excels another when both days is of the sun? Wow, those are questions. I don't got the answer for that. Neither did he. See that, right? He said, by the knowledge of the Lord, they were distinguished. By the knowledge of God, the days were separate. Distinguished means separated. God made those days separated. God separated those days. How do we know the Shabbat is on the seventh day? Those are stupid questions that foolish people ask.
Clowns ask questions like that.
Huh? He said that by the knowledge of the Lord, they were distinguished. And he altered seasons and feasts. Huh? Some of them had he made high days and hallowed them, like the Shabbat, like today. Yeah. Some days God hallowed it and made the day high, like the Shabbat. Okay? Right? And some of them had he made ordinary days. Mm-hmm. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, those are all ordinary days. But Friday at evening starts and begins the holy day, the Shabbat. Huh? Which means rest. Not mean, it don't mean rest meaning sleep.
Make it clear.
Rest from work.
This is the day everybody gets sleep.
Stop working. All right? Brothers get sleepy and say, I'm going to stay home and sleep. I'm tired. That's not the rest that God is talking about. I got to congregate and find a congregation to go congregate. Right? He said, and all men are from the ground. He said, and Adam was created of the earth. The dust of the ground. Right? He said, in much knowledge the Lord had divided them. God has divided us, men. That's what he's talking about. He said, and made their ways diverse. Some of them had he blessed and exalted, like the high priest. Blessed them and exalted. Some of them had he sanctified, right? And set near himself. But some of them had he cursed and brought low and turned out of their places. So we all have a destiny in life. My destiny ain't got to be your destiny. Your destiny ain't got to be his destiny. Okay? That's right. He said, as the clay is in the potter's hand. Didn't I go into that last week? He said, as the clay that is in the potter's hand, the potter forms that clay and shapes it to whatever shape and form that he imagines and wants that clay to be shaped and formed. Right? As the clay is in the potter's hand, to fashion it at his pleasure. So man is in the hand of him that made him to render them as like it him best. So we are in the hands of God, and God return to us your desire. Whatever you desire and how your lifestyle is what God is going to give you. Right? He said good is set against evil. Good is against evil. Evil is against good. You pursuing righteousness and holiness and faithfulness with God, then you're going to have one that's not pursuing the same thing, and they're going to be against you. It's always going to be a clash. It's always going to be friction. It's always going to be a problem because we both have different mindsets. We both have different destinies. All right? We both want different things. I want to serve God and keep his laws. But you don't want to serve God and keep his laws, so it's going to be friction. Right? It said, and life against death. So is the godly against the sinner, and the sinner against the godly. So look upon all the works of the Most High, and there are 2 and 2. Male and female. Male and female, 2 and 2. One to accommodate the other. Right? He said, I wake up. Now let's go back. Go back.
Psalms 119, verse 57.
Go ahead.
Thou art my portion, O Lord, I have said. that I would keep thy words.
Thou art my portion. He said, I have said. He said that I will keep thy words. He said, this is something that you have to mention. You got to voice that. I'm going to keep the word of God. I'm going to keep the ways of God. I'm going to do this. Because you got to show some type of initiative or give people some type of assurance.
Give yourself some strength.
Give yourself some. That's right. But do every.
I entreated thy favor with my whole heart. Be merciful unto me according to thy word.
I entreated thy favor with my whole heart. He said, be merciful unto me according to thy word. Which means you don't seek God halfway. Yeah. I got to seek God 100%. Wholeheartedly. Come see.
I thought on my ways and turned my feet unto thy testimonies.
Wait a minute. In order to, before you turn to God, you got to think on yourself. I have to think on my ways. I got to dig myself. I got to consider my ways. You can't turn towards God without considering your ways, because you cannot remain the same way. I have to change. I got to begin to change from somewhere. So before I turn towards the laws and the commandments of God, you consider your ways, which means you are detecting. You got to be able to detect the things and discern and detect the things that God hates and despises. You got to be able to detect the things that is unpleasing. Unpleasing that I have done, that I have in me, that I've done with God, that God don't like. Then you start making the necessary changes towards His laws. Now I am aware what I need to change. I am aware what I need to stop. I am aware that I need to stop talking like this. I am aware that I need to stop walking this way. But that only comes with considering your ways. Come see.
And turned my feet unto thy testimonies. I made haste and delayed not to keep thy commandments.
I made haste and delayed not to keep thy commandments. I didn't take my time. When I realized of something to be lawful and right, I did it right away. I jumped right on it. I didn't take long. Come see.
The bands of the wicked have robbed me. But I have not forgotten thy law.
But I have not forgotten that law. The bands of the wicked have robbed me. It ain't come to my head to rob them back. They robbed me. I ain't gonna rob you back.
Still not gonna get out of place.
No, I'm not gonna get out of place and violate the commandment of God, because it make me and put me in the same situation as you. Go ahead, read.
At midnight, I will rise to give thanks.
At midnight, I will rise to give thanks unto thee.
Because of thy righteous judgment.
Because of thy righteous judgment.
I am a companion of all them that fear thee.
I am a companion. The word for companion is kaber. Kaber means a companion. It means associated. It means joined. It means knit. It also means united. He said, I am united. I am associated of all them that fear thee. So he chose who he walked with. I am united with them that fear God. So what is united? To join together for a common purpose or common feelings. This is why we can't unite. Because every Israelite have a different purpose and a different feeling when we only have one book. One book, one law, one way to do it. So we can't unite. Because this one says something different than this one. And that one says something different than this one. Everybody is saying something different. But we got one book. Listen. Tom, see?
I am a companion of all them that fear thee, and of them that keep thy precepts. The earth, O Lord, is full of thy mercy. Teach me thy statutes. Thou hast dealt well with thy servant, O Lord, according unto thy word. Teach me good judgment and knowledge, for I had believed thy commandments.
Teach me good judgments and knowledge, because I believe thy commandments. I trust in your laws. I believe your laws. I believe that this really happened. This really went down. He didn't disbelieve God. Tamshi.
Before I was afflicted, I went astray.
That's heavy right there. Before God afflicted me, before the punishment, I was led astray, which means I went off. It happens. You went off. You go off first, and then God afflicts you. Tom, see?
But now have I kept thy word.
But now I have kept thy word because of what? Because God afflicted me. And I acknowledge my fault. God afflicts you because he wants you to consider your ways. Right. Consider the things that I have done that is against God. Right. So God will put you through certain things so you can realize and open your eyes to the things that I have done that is contrary to God and make the necessary repairs. Tom, see?
Thou art good and doest good.
Thou art good and doest good. God is good, and whatever he do is good.
That's right.
God is good, and whatever God does is good. It ain't got to be good in your eyes. Huh? Go ahead, read.
Right. Teach me thy statutes.
The
proud have forged a lie against me.
The proud has forged a what?
A lie against me.
A lie against me. You know what the word for forge means? The word for forge is tafal. Tet pe lamed. To forge means to smear. To smear means to damage the reputation of someone by false accusations. To damage the reputation of someone by slandering the person's name. Huh? Tom, see?
The proud have forged a lie against me, but I will keep thy precepts with my whole heart.
Keep your precepts with your whole heart. Tom, see?
Their heart is as fat as grease, but I delight in thy law. It is good for
their heart is as fat in grease. The word for fat is tapash, tet pe shin. Tapash means dull. He said their heart is as fat of grease. Dull means lacking interest. You're going to lack interest. You're going to lack interest in God, man. You're not going to be interested in God. You're going to lack interest. Tom, see? Tom, see?
The proud have forged a lie against me, but I will keep thy precepts with my whole heart.
But I will keep thy precepts. I'll keep your laws with your whole heart. So, go ahead, read. What verse you at?
Verse 7. Their heart is as fat as grease, but I delight in thy law.
It
is good for me that I have been afflicted, that I might learn thy statutes.
It is good that God afflicts you. It is good that God punish you, so that in that affliction, you may see and recognize what you did wrong. That's why God afflict us, so we can acknowledge and see what we did wrong and what we need to do, the necessary thing that we need to do to change, to please God. Tom, see?
The law of thy mouth is better unto me than thousands of gold and silver. Thy hands have made me and fashioned me.
Thy hands have made me and fashioned me. The word for fashion, right? It says, Wayikon nuni. The root word for that is kun, kaf, shabutz, nun. You know what that means? It means to be firm. It means to be stable. It means to be established. He said, thy hands had made me and fashioned me, has caused me to be firm, unyielding, unlikely to change. Unlikely to change. It also means resilient. Resilient means able to recover or withstand quickly from difficult conditions that God put you through. Whatever condition that God put you through, you realize your faults and recover and get whole again and start pushing for his laws. You don't detour. You don't use courage. You say, man, this only happened to me because I must be doing something wrong. When I was doing this, and living those other lifestyles, this never happened to me. Because God don't try the wicked. God don't try the wicked. God don't prove the wicked. But God only proves people that have decided to serve God. When you start sitting in these chairs talking about, I want to keep the Sabbath day. Now God going to prove you and put an obstacle in front of you to see if you stay away from the Sabbath. To see what you put before the Sabbath. Some see.
The law of thy mouth is better unto me than thousands of gold and silver.
Tamshi.
Thy hands have made me and fashioned me.
Uh-huh.
Give me understanding that I may learn thy commandments.
Uh-huh.
They that fear thee will be glad when they see me,
Uh-huh.
because I have hoped in thy word.
Uh-huh.
I know, O Lord, that thy judgments are right, and that thou in faithfulness hast afflicted me.
I know, O Lord, that thy judgments are right, and that thou in faithfulness hast afflicted me. Tamshi.
Let I pray thee, thy merciful kindness be for my comfort,
Uh-huh.
according to thy word unto thy servant. Let thy tender mercies come unto me, that I may live, for thy law is my delight.
Uh-huh.
Let the proud be ashamed, for they dealt perversely with me without a cause. But I will meditate in thy precepts.
He said, let the proud be ashamed. Description of a proud person, right? He said, because they have dealt what?
They dealt
perversely with me without a cause. There's no reason for you to move in this manner. I didn't give you a reason to treat me this way. Those are proud acts. The book will show you who you are, man. When we read this book, the book shows us who we are. And when I deal with people with no reason, with no justification, you can't justify your actions. Those are proud acts. You can't do this. Why are you doing this and saying what you're saying to the person? Or doing this to this person when you can't justify why you're doing it. Those are proud acts. Tamshi.
Let those that fear thee turn unto me.
Let those that fear thee turn unto me.
And those that have known thy testimony.
Tamshi.
Let my heart be sound in thy statutes, that I be not ashamed.
Okay, cut that. Cut that. And I want to hit a spot in 1 Samuel. Let's go to 1 Samuel chapter 2. Now, Samuel was ordained by God.
Yeah.
Samuel was a man of God. Samuel was a man that officiated in the temple with the high priest Eli as a child. As a child. Huh? As a child, man, with a linen girdle on. And this child was asked of God. The woman wanted to conceive and have a baby for her husband. Right. She couldn't conceive. She was barren, and that bugged her. It bugged her. That she couldn't conceive and have a child for her husband. Because when you love a man, that's your desire. Yeah. I want to have, you ever woman say, man, I love you, man. I want to have your baby.
I want to have this.
I want to have your baby.
Yeah.
Have women that think like that.
I would love to have some.
I would love to have your kids. Yeah, but you gotta change in order to have my baby. You gotta change in order to have my kids. You gotta serve God in order to have my children.
Right now, the hope is out there.
Okay, so she wanted to have a child for Elquana, and she was teased. And they called his other. He had two wives, Penina, and they called her. You know what they called her? The rival wife. I said they called her the rival wife. It's called Zada. Zadeh Resh Hey. Rival wife of anguish or distress. You cause anger and distress on a person by, you know, of something to be bothering them, and you keep putting it in their face. You keep putting it in their face. You keep repeating it and putting it in their face. That's not a good actions. Those are not good ways. Don't, for you to know there's something to be bothering me and you keep putting it, you know I don't like it.
Oppression.
What is in you that's causing you to keep doing things that is getting on that person's nerves? You gotta have something in you, and it's not good. Because when you find out of something to bother a person, that bothers you, you don't like it, don't worry, brother, I'm apologizing, I'm sorry. I will never do that again. Because it ain't in my nature to keep doing things that bother you, and upsetting you. I don't want to do that to you.
right.
You know why? Because I don't want you doing that to me.
And Abraham didn't do that.
And I don't like it.
And Abraham was
So you
innocent.
know what the problem is, man?
Yeah.
We do things to people that we don't like for ourselves.
Look up to the rock.
And if someone do it to you, you get tight.
Yeah, yeah.
Me and you get into an angry argument, I'm not going to include your wife, your children, and everything in it.
Look up to the rock. Look up to the rock.
I'm not going to call your wife a whore.
Yeah.
Because I don't want you calling my wife a whore.
That's right.
Because those are fighting words.
Yeah, talk about his mama.
Call my wife a whore. I'm going to jump in your mouth.
You want to play the dozen?
I don't call my own woman a whore. You know why? Because she ain't a whore.
Yeah. And so you want to play the dozen?
What is a whore? A whore is a woman that is promiscuous.
Right.
Or she's selling her body, or she's being promiscuous. Well, when I met her, she wasn't a virgin, but she damn sure ain't no whore no more.
No, we ain't
She ain't
playing
no
the
whore.
dozen. We ain't gonna play the dozen.
Civilized.
Teach, brother, teach.
So you mean to tell me a woman can't refrain from a lifestyle that she used to live
Yeah, yeah.
without you calling her this, and this? I changed.
Mm-hmm.
I changed. And God said, when a person changed, the things that the person did before in their life, in the past, not to be mentioned.
There's a rebuke.
God said
There's
that.
a rebuke that's not coming.
Who the hell is you?
God said he ain't gonna mention.
Who was you, man?
You don't
There's a
even know what
rebuke.
To
you're
keep
talking
mentioning things, I don't move that way no more. I don't live that way no more. I changed my life, but you keep repeating my past.
Change for the better.
That tell you about a person.
Change for the better.
That tell you what that person have in them is not good. They have evil stored in them. Evil intent stored in them. So Samuel was a man of God that was asked of God. And when she and the promise that she made with God was that if I get pregnant and you allow me to have a man child, that I will dedicate him to you, O Lord. And the only way to dedicate this child to God, the closest thing to God, was Eli, the high priest. So after she had that child, she breastfed him for many years and then gave him to the priest.
Yeah.
Gave him to the priest. And he lived in that house in the temple with that high priest. She only saw him once a year with a coat. Once a year, she visited him and gave him that coat. And because of the Lent that she gave to God, God allowed her to have 5 children, 5 more children. She had some daughters, she had some sons. Now listen to the song that this woman wrote.
Teach the lesson.
Tamshi, chapter 2.
And Hannah prayed and said, my heart rejoicing in the Lord.
And Hannah prayed. She said, my heart rejoiceth in God. The word for rejoice is alatz. Alatz means to exalt. Exalt means to be extremely joyful. Are we extremely joyful in God? No. We're not extremely joyful in God. Huh? We don't show it, the brother said. To be extremely joyful in God, Tamshi.
Mine horn is exalted in the Lord.
My horn, Quereng, my horn, my strength, my might, my power is exalted in God. My strength is in God. My might is in God. My power is in God. Tamshi.
My mouth is enlarged over mine enemies. Because I rejoice in thy salvation.
Let's go.
There is none holy as the Lord.
There is none holy like you, O Most High. There is none holy like the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. None. Enkimoka. There is none like unto thee. Tamshi.
But there is none beside thee.
Because there is none beside thee. The word for beside, it says, beliti. There is none except thee.
None other exists.
There's none other but you,
That's
but
it.
thou.
That's it.
Which means there is no other
There
God
is no other
existing
God. You are
but
the
you, but thou, but the
That's right.
Creator.
You are the only.
Let's read.
Neither is there any rock like our God.
That's right. Let's read.
Talk no more exceeding proudly.
Talk no more exceeding proudly. To talk proudly. Huh? What does it mean to talk proudly? Having or showing an attitude of superiority and contempt for people. When you talk proudly, you show superiority and contempt for people. Okay? Now, it also means supercilious manner. Right? What is contempt? You talk proudly. When you talk proudly, you disregard others. Contempt means to disregard others. Supercilious manner or attitude, right? Behaving as if you are better than other people, their opinions, their beliefs, or ideas are not important. The only time that stands is when you're dealing with God. That's it. Everything else, you can't deal in that manner. I can't move in that manner. Those are actions of a person that talks proudly. Tamshi.
Let not arrogance.
It also means arrogant. No, go ahead. My bad.
Let not arrogancy come out of your mouth.
Let not arrogancy come out of your mouth. The word arrogant, attack, right? To speak impudently, to speak wickedly, to speak in a way that is rude. You don't show respect, exaggerating your worth or importance. Okay, go ahead and read.
For the Lord is a God of knowledge, and by him actions are weighed.
For the Lord is a God of knowledge. And I'm gonna explain this. I'm gonna explain this right here. We're gonna shut it down with that. And I'm gonna call it the next week. You said what? Read that again.
Talk no more exceeding proudly. Let not arrogancy come out of your mouth. For the Lord is a God of knowledge, and by him actions are weighed.
Weighed. You know what the word is for weighed? Neat, cane new. Right? You know what that means? It means weighed. It means regulated. It means estimated. Huh? And my father taught me when we read the book, you need dictionaries. 2, 3 dictionaries, right? And all the dictionaries, Hebrew dictionaries, English dictionaries, when you look up these words, it has to correlate with what the book says. Okay? So the first definition is estimated. By him, actions are weighed. By him, your actions are estimated. By him, your actions are appraised.
Like a jewel.
Like a house.
Like a house.
When you go to sell your house, you go through their appraisal to see what it's worth. How much value it still got. God appraised man to see how much good you have in you, how much worth you have in you. Are you worthy enough? Huh? Appraise means what? To evaluate the value or quality of by your actions, by the things that you do, man. What you do? What do you do, man? What do you do? You don't do nothing. And you want to come talk up in modern fears that do things, that's doing things, that's doing something, something that is holy and righteous by God, man. Stay out my face, man.
Say it again. Stay out my face.
Stay out of here, man. Right? It also means worthy of. Right? Because in order for God to look at my actions, I gotta be somewhat worthy. For God to try me in that, or come to me in that form or manner. Huh? Regulated. It means what? To govern or direct according to law. So God is going to govern you and direct you according to his laws. That's why my father said, he said, my teacher is God. He said, there's nobody qualified to show me this book. So therefore, I done made a covenant with my God and told my God that whatever you show me,
you're going to do it.
I'm going to do it.
And if I don't,
kill me. So God governed and direct you according to his laws. There were certain things that we didn't read the book. And my father said it, and then after we found it in the book, because God was governing and directing.
Years later, we
directing and governing his steps.
Decades ahead of this.
That's right.
Before we stopped eating Oreo cookies, he said, no, there's something wrong with those cookies. He said, I'm not eating it no more. He said, it's them cookies, man. Got rid of it.
And then we come to find out.
And then when we did the research on the cookies after, the cookies has Lorraine Cross, it had reefs, it had a whole bunch of decrepit things that's on the Oreo cookies. So we stopped eating it. It had a Christian cross on it, and I don't bring it in my house. Out there and there, better not see no Oreos in my house. I don't want this. I go crazy. I don't see crosses. I don't see amulets. I don't see crystals. I don't see none of that.
None of that stuff. None of that spiritual.
All that stuff gotta get out. And I'm not gonna allow you to come in my house with those trinkets on you. You gotta stay outside or take them off. That's the only way you can come in. Okay? The word wade. Wade means to assess the nature or importance of a person. What does assess mean? Especially with a view to a decision or actions. God weigh you according to your decisions and according to your actions. Your actions tells me your decisions. Okay? Your actions tell me your decisions. And with that, I hope I already got what was bought. And I'm going to say Shabbat Shalom. And I'm going to call up the next speaker, teacher indeed, Chief Mikael Ben Lewy.
Giving all praises to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob. Giving all due respect to my teacher and my leader, my father, Chief Eleazar, Ben Dodo, Tribe Lewy. Giving all due respect to princemen, chiefmen, brothers and sisters, mothers of Israel. I've been trying to talk about forefathers. Shabbat Shalom. What that mean? Shabbat Shalom. What is it?
Shabbat.
Peaceful Shabbat. Who can make it a peaceful Shabbat?
You.
You. Every Shabbat is supposed to be peaceful.
That's right.
You got to remember, the man always talk about outside forces. The spirits, evil spirits that have been set about. Okay? And that's where you get thoughts of not coming here today or wherever you have to go. You're going to always get that. Okay? I told y'all a couple of weeks ago, toothache ain't stopping me, right? Right?
That's right.
Guess what happened? That same night, that Saturday night, toothache hit me. Am I right or wrong? The whole week. You know what I said? I said, yeah. I said, I know what's going on. You're going to be gone by Shabbat. And it was gone by Shabbat. I even got upset. I said, leave me alone. You're my tooth. Leave me alone. And it stopped. You remember? The first person I saw you. I was walking. I went to go get stuff for it. I didn't need it no more. So they're listening. When we're coming out of our mouth, you're going to be tested by it. Okay? Right. You're going to be tested by what's coming out your mouth because you know. That just telling me, yeah, I'm on the right track. Because you ain't getting me on Shabbat. Get me during the week. And you still ain't stopped me from doing what I had to do during the week. So there's no excuse not popping up today. I had a mind was to go into something. But while I was sitting there, something said, go into these decrepit holidays. Because a lot of them are coming up. Okay? And I noticed Israelites get kind of happy when those days come. But when this day comes, you're not happy. You're not happy when this day comes. Yes, you're supposed to be serious today because it's a solemn assembly. You have to be serious because we're too used to messing up. We're so loose. We got to be extra serious today. So to be cautious. But that don't mean nobody has to have an attitude today. You don't have to have an attitude today. Thank God that you are privileged. You're like one person amongst millions of people that don't serve God. These people don't serve or don't care, don't know. And the worst of generations to God said, well, look, man, this God's father before him, they did so much stuff. there's no way I could get close to that child because the sins that's packed on them. Be glad that you're sitting here and you have a chance to know what it is to correct yourself. Like the man said, treat it like a privilege. Everybody else don't get privileges, or else it wouldn't be a privilege. But if I don't look at this as an honor and a privilege, I'm not going to treat it that way. So I said, man, you're supposed to be happy on this day. I'm getting around people, I see people, and they're happy and they didn't have no food. Those Jewish people, or Yom Kippur, you would have thought that they had food. And they was drinking or smoking, and they was that happy. So you can't down these people's devotion to their God. You can't. Yeah, they got the wrong God, but look at their encouragement with each other. Look at how they to something that don't exist. And we got the true and living God. Yeah, we true and living God. But we don't act like it. That's why you can read this and can't believe it. We've been telling you every week. God said these words. Everything that you read in there, this one did that, did that. God is telling the story. So when you don't believe it, you're saying, God, man, that's not true, God. That's why Abraham excelled, because everything that God told him, and he heard this thing for the first time in his life. He never heard this stuff before. There was never no Israelites in Babylon. Oh, yeah, you know the Israelites, they be saying that they didn't exist. No Israelites existed. Abraham turned from being a Babylonian. You know what it is to be a Babylonian? Yo, me and my father studied what went on when the children of Israel went into the 70 years of captivity in Babylon. They wasn't doing the commandments. It said the majority didn't go back. Who went back? We read about it in Nehemiah, and there's a list. That's not a lot. The nation went out, but only certain people came back. And that ain't Bible understanding. It said that most of the Israelites stayed behind in Babylon. When it was time to go back to Jerusalem to serve God, they said, "No, we good here in Babylon." Business purposes, aka money. A lot of them died over there too. A lot of them went to Babylon and got good in. Got paid. And they decided to stay there because they got good business over there. They don't want to go back. And so they lived like Babylonians. The majority didn't come back. And the ones that came back built up their houses and went about their business. It took Nehemiah to get on them. Nehemiah is the Tir-Shapha. Tir-Shapha means governor, the governor, the one who organizes and tells everybody what the law is and enforces it. And that's what he did. And you know, he beat up people. He beat up Israelites. He chased them. He snatched drip. He said he snatched some of the locks out their hair. That means they weren't bald. Okay? And he threatened the heathens that used to come on the Shabbat to sell stuff to the Israelites. The Israelites didn't cook their own food no more. And they bought unclean stuff from the heathen on Shabbat. That's what was going on when they came back to Jerusalem. They didn't come back and automatically everybody's right back with it. No. Hell yeah, we're Israel, we're back, we're Israel, and that was it. One prophet said, yo, who was here in the former times when this temple was in its glory, in its height?
Not the same.
But guess what? Nobody in that generation was alive. But that prophet, Habakkuk, that's Habakkuk. He was the only one that was there before that. And he came back after that. So he was able to see how it was when it started, how much people used to come, how happy people used to be on the Shabbat, how many robes and turbans, the woman, everything was different to how it is now. That's what he's saying. He said, how come you guys is living in houses made of ivory? He said, in the Lord's house where God's name is kept, His holy name. The place got shrubs growing in between, in the courtyard. Shrubs, weeds. That means nobody's in there keeping nothing. The priest is gone. The priest got to go. You know why the priest had to go? Because everything the priest and his family eat come from the tent, the types of the offerings of the people.
Right.
God don't eat that.
Facts. That's right.
That's how the priest ate.
That's right.
That's how all priests ate.
That's right.
In Babylon, the priests is over there.
That's right.
The people
That's right.
gave up
That's
their
right.
sacrifices to the idol, but really it's going to him. In the book of Daniel, real quick before we go into this, all right?
Right.
In the book of Daniel,
Right.
there was a king,
Right.
Nebuchadnezzar,
Right.
and he had a priesthood for his idol, okay? And they had secret contraptions,
Yeah.
secret doors, secret ways to get in and get out with anybody seeing you.
Yeah.
And when the people would bring in these offerings, the offerings is food, bags of shekels of gold. That goes into the treasury.
Yeah.
Okay? Those who's bringing up stuff. Where do you think they're getting the incense from? They wasn't burning it themselves. They bring it to the priest.
Yeah.
And the priest used that to burn incense to God.
Right.
They didn't do that. So all these things would be a brung, but then now what? That God is a no God. It don't exist. So really it's a gig. It's a hustle. It's a deception. This is how we get everybody to bring their money and bring all everything, thinking that this is God that they're doing this with, right? And cashing in. And all this was going behind closed doors. Daniel exposed them.
Yeah.
He exposed them.
That's right.
Cover the floor. Cover the whole floor up. Cover the floor up and waited.
Temple of Billy the Kid.
Yeah, he waited
Billy the Kid temple.
in the temple of their God. Okay? He waited. And little enough, we go back up in there, all the food is gone. When you look, you see footprints.
Yeah.
You see big people footprints and little people footprints. Little guys like you. It's a man, woman, children, and men. And kids was in here. That's who ate the food. They telling them they thinking the idol eating it. The idol don't exist to eat nothing. God don't eat food.
Every day he won't tell you.
Okay?
So, yeah.
God doesn't eat food.
That's right.
He doesn't have a digestive system. He gave that to us
That's right.
because we're organic creatures.
Yeah.
Physical, what you say we're physical. Most High is in the spirit. His spirit hover over the face of the waters. He don't sweat. He don't need air. Don't need oxygen. You understand that? We have that. That's what he gave us. That's what we deal with. Now, we're going to go into the book of Baruch and the Apocrypha. Because this was a time when they was kicked out.
Yeah.
Right.
And they lived amongst heathens, like right now. Like right now. Some people in captivity still recognize and remember God's law. Yeah. Like Daniel.
Right.
Daniel said, look, man, whatever these people is giving us to eat, it's not the law. It's not in our diet. Said, I'm not eating it.
No.
The Israelites, the majority was eating it.
That's right.
According to the book, only 4 men didn't eat. Out of thousands that was eating it. That sound like prison. Because they were captives. And your captives is who feeds you now. But you don't have to eat. You might have to divide to your death. But that's what you do. Maybe that's what you have to prove to God to show that you down. And that's what he did. He said, man, I'm not going to defile myself with the king's meat.
That's right.
The king's meat is what heathens make.
Right.
That's it. Because in this book here, what we call meat today, they call flesh. What they called meat back then was fruits,
Right.
bread, other food stuff that they made, or delicacies. Like whatever the king's favorite dish is, that was also hot dog. Okay, and the king's meat. That's why it was called the king's meat. On Thanksgiving, on that, we're gonna learn some stuff today about these days and how they came about and why they are still kept today. Okay? And if you can't get yourself to get out of rejoicing on these days, you're stuck. You're not going to get this correct. And that's why the push and the pull for Shabbat is always going to be there. It's always going to be there. The smallest thing will keep you from it. All right? Tamshi.
Number 1.
Mm-hmm.
These are the words of the book which Baruch, son of Neriah, the son of Maaseiah, the son of Zedekiah, the son of Asadias, the son of Kelkias, wrote in Babylon.
Baruch was like the scribe and the recorder.
Yes.
Personal scribe, personal recorder for who? Jeremiah. And Jeremiah was his teacher. He took him under the wing and taught him whatever he didn't know, Jeremiah completed it and taught him the ways of God.
That's right.
Okay? All those books that everything that Jeremiah, the book of Jeremiah, he wrote that. Baruch wrote it. Baruch wrote it down. A lot of declarations that came out the word of Jeremiah that God told him to say, Baruch was right there recording. The recorder is a person who's writing down what's being said. Or today we got gadgets, right? It's my job to sit here and make sure this computer records the video of what we're doing.
Yeah.
So we are the recorders, the scribes, and the teachers. Okay? And that's what the setup was here. And this was in Babylon, right? Now, it said he wrote in Babylon. So that means you can be in the land of the heathen and still serve God. Yeah, there's going to be sanctions coming. Hey, that's what we're going to deal with. Make a decision. Okay? But you're going to have to stick out everywhere you at. That's the point. God said, okay, I'm going to scatter you out now. We're going to really see. Because you couldn't do it when you was here. You didn't do it when you had everything you needed. When I provided you with everything you needed, you threw that away. So what makes you think certain things are not getting active again here in this land?
Right.
You have to activate yourself. I have to activate myself in here. The man said, in order for me to improve, I got to stop. Okay? The things that God hates, I have to stop. Now, I don't stop, but I'm trying to accomplish things and add on things that God said it's not going to last.
Not going to work.
I'm telling you right now, it's not going to last. It's not going to last. I've seen many try and fail. You have to go back to the drawing board, right? What started all of this? Sin, iniquity. Stop. What you know and what you were taught and everything that you understand to your intelligence, right? You may not know as much as this guy yet. But if you want to, you won't get there. You got to start where you at now. The things that you know now, do it. That's godly. Yeah, okay, I stopped. What are you doing?
You get pushed out.
And that's why you get pushed out. Because you don't say, my people, son, for lack of knowledge.
Like the knowledge they perish.
They perish. You die. You get hit up. You perish with what? With sin. With sin bring curses.
Right.
That's what you perish with. See, he said the spirit, with his iniquity, my iniquities weigh my spirit down, make it weaker. So it can't fight. And I know good. I don't have to read the book all the time to know what good is. Let's be real.
Yeah.
Right.
Look, first of all, if I know I don't like you, it ain't good for me to do it. So I always tell myself. Because in your head, you say, no. I wouldn't like it if you did that to me. I'm not going to even do that. Like sometimes, you know what? Right now, it is meet for me not to say a word. It is wise for me. As you keep reading, the more you apply, you stop, you're going to not run your mouth too much. You're going to watch a lot of things that come out your mouth, whether it's good or bad.
Right.
You're going to watch who you saying it around.
That's right.
Remember, you got people who got ungodly spirits. No matter what you say, it's not going to work. Who going to get frustrated? You. Who gets frustrated? The one who's spitting this. The one who's trying to enforce it. Man, I don't want you to go that way. Look, you don't know the way. I'm showing you, because if you keep going this way, you are going to perish. That's why you got to read, and apply. You get most of your learning when you read on your own. If you got your books there, you're studying, you're going to burn your eyes out. You're going to get distracted. Y'all know what distraction is? A phone call. Somebody hit you up on Facebook. Stuff like that. The bell ring. Somebody else coming, hey man, look at this here, man. Not right now, man. I'm in the zone right now, and I don't feel like laughing at a joke over here. Or this thing you're showing me on TikTok that has nothing to do with the book. Show me some information that goes along with what we're teaching, that backs up what God is saying. Show me some archaeological proof, scientific proof. Since everybody want to be scientists, astronomies, and all of this rest of this stuff, because they were, you know who studied the stars? The Chaldeans. The word Chaldean, you know what it means? Stargazer. The top astronomers in the world were ancient Babylonians, guys that was around in Abraham time. Okay? And they look at the stars and they deal with horoscopes. Okay? All right? The day, Sunday worship, all of that, the days, this day, that day. This is honored and offered on this day. And then all that came from Babylon. Anything not to serve the true and living God. Can you understand that? All these things is anything to keep the world away from serving God. They've been doing this since Nimrod days. Nebuchadnezzar days. Okay? Anybody who comes in the world and God gives a certain power to, it's going to go down. So that the godly get tested.
Yeah.
They're already going that way, man. The world already gone. So who is this hard for? The ones who God accepted. The ones who said, yo, I'm going to do this. The ones who made vows. Once you say something out your mouth, it's a vow. The ones, I'm not doing this no more. That's a vow. These are oblations. They didn't just fast and that was it. They said prayers, right? You know what the prayers consist of? Praising God. That's it. Acknowledging God and praising him in all his works that he's done for Israel, the world, and you.
For mercy endure forever.
There you go. And then after that, you make your vows and oblations. You know what that is? From here on in, because of this, I'm doing this. Make vows. If I do this, then you do this. And that's what they did. That's what David did. He said, I made my vows. You know what that means? When he said that? Look, I have made all my vows of sticking to it, and that's it. That's my whole life now. Sticking to these vows that I made before God. That is what keeps you correct. Tamshu.
2. In the 5th year, and in the 7th day of the month.
In the 5th year of what? In the 5th year of the 70-year captivity in Babylon. God pronounced 70 years for them to go up in Babylon and stay there as punishment for the years that they've been in Jerusalem serving other gods. Right. So he said, okay, y'all gonna tell me, y'all gonna take a break, and I will only leave the people who was correct, the individuals who was correct, the individuals that you guys was doing dirty on. Right. They the ones that's not gonna get snatched up. Everybody else, all you big shots, or you know-it-alls, or you smart guys, okay, you're going in, priests and all, kings, royalty and all, noblemen and all, governor, everybody went in. Nehemiah went in. Daniel went in from a kid. That's right. That's right. A lot of the godly men, they lived, they were born in Babylon and died in Babylon too. Yeah. But they still, it don't matter where you at. Right. They still followed God. They couldn't confess. They couldn't get their sins off of them. Ain't no priest acting. No priest. But they still served God and was accepted in that time of captivity. That's right. So there's no excuse at all. That's right. That's right. Daniel said, "Well, I'm not bowing down to no. Nah, that right there, I'm not doing. I'm not doing." That's right. And you got people who snitched them out. You got people who say, "Man, this guy." And know what? He said, well, look, if I'm going to die serving God. I'm going to die serving God. People don't give up their lives on this planet for less.
That's right.
So why I died for the one who gave it to me.
That's right.
Look, that's the ultimate.
Ultimate.
That's the ultimate.
I look forward for that, though.
He said, yo, man, take them, man. Take my hands, cut my tongue, take my eyes out, take the body, because the one who gave it to me will give it back to me.
You don't give it back.
You ain't getting nothing back. You, Antiochus, king of the world, you're going to be in the bottom of hell with the adversary locked in. That's what he told him.
He told him.
The youngest son. This is Anna and her 7 sons.
That's right.
This is a time when they said, look, man, you can't have godly people walking around here because they are going to win. At that time, the godly ones going to win.
Right.
God going to be with them. He said, God fight for him.
That's right.
But if they commit iniquity, you can overcome them.
That's right.
So all the heathen knew how to get you. All you got to do is come to the party.
Yep.
All you got to do is just drink. All you got to do is roll up. All you got to do is just come. You ain't going in but hang outside. Yeah. Read.
What time as the Chaldeans took Jerusalem and burned it with fire.
Burnt Jerusalem with fire, man. And this is why we pray for the peace of Jerusalem. From what was done back then. Not now.
Not the people with it.
Not now. The righteous people of God are not there.
Not there.
I'm sorry. The children of the East are there. Right. These are the people that Jacob walked amongst when his father and his mother told him to go over there.
Yeah.
He said he was amongst the children of the East. That's what's over there right now. The people, the righteous people of God, then got kicked out and died out and burned away in their iniquities in the land of their enemies. That's what happened.
So,
okay? And people today of any race, color, creed, or nationality say, hey, man, I identify with this stuff here. Yeah. This weird stuff that nobody does. Right. This stuff that make you stick out. Everybody says, try to make fun of. Yeah. This is what God wants. Because that's really the normal. Yeah. Man has made everything that God said is evil. He made it look like his rights. Right. And then in time, it became a law. And in time, it became associated with kids and fun. That's them holidays y'all like.
That's right.
Time sheet.
And Baruch did read the words of this book in the hearing of Jeconiah, the son of Joachim, king of Yehuda. And in the ears of all the people that came to hear the book. In the hearing of the nobles, and of the king's sons, and in the hearing of the elders, and of all the people, from the lowest unto the highest. Mm-hmm. Of all them that dwell at Babylon by the river Sue.
Sue. That was their location. I take you my captive. You come, I put you where I say that you go. He said, all right, you put all the Israelites right there by the river. All right? That way, they got nowhere to run. There's no escaping. Okay? Your back is to the wall. You keep them, it's like prison. Right? But this is your land here. It's open space, open population. You stay there, like they did in Goshen. All the Israelites had Goshen. Right. You wasn't over here in Memphis. There's a city called Memphis in Egypt. It's where they got Memphis, Tennessee from. Yeah. A lot of cities and a lot of places here today in this country and other countries was named after these spots. Mm-hmm. In Babylon and in Egypt and in Greece and in Rome. This is New York. There was an old York. New Jersey. There is an old Jersey. Babylon. You got New Babylon right here in New York. A city called New Babylon. Upstate New York. Yeah. We pass it all the time. You got a Goshen in upstate New York. Yeah. A city called Goshen. Just think about it. Same name, same city, same people, same mentality. Same thing. Time sheet.
Whereupon they wept, fasted, and prayed before El.
When the book of the law, he started reading the book of the law, it made them cry. It made them cry. And they started to fast and they prayed before God because they didn't have this book. They wasn't doing the laws. After 5 years, what they were doing before, they weren't doing now. They slowly started to become Babylonians. Okay? So when this was ready, they were like, oh man, oh wow, I'm not supposed to eat that. I ate that. I grew up eating that here.
Yeah.
So that's why they wept. Tongue sheet.
They made also a collection of money according to every man's power. And they sent it to Jerusalem unto Joachim the high priest, the son of Kelkias, son of Salom.
And that's fair. He said, everybody got to put in. But I'm not expecting you, the rich guy, to put in as much as the guy that's struggling.
Shema.
AKA the poor guy.
Shema.
Let's keep it simple and plain. Rich, poor. You don't have no in between. There's no class.
That's right.
Okay? You either got it or you don't. But look, the guy that got it, he gonna put up what he can afford to put up because he got it. Of course, it's gonna be more than what I'm putting up. This is what I got, but I'm putting it up. Everybody puts up. Even the poor guy, you gotta give up something. You have your ways, boom, 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 but it's not gonna be like this guy. And nobody should look at that.
Right.
They don't look at the amount because it said according to every man's power. Right. And I've been around and I've seen people who say, look at this guy. He ain't got that. Man, this guy got more kids than you. He got more responsibility than you. He got more bills to pay than you. Okay? You don't have that much. You have more time and more leisure. You should be reading more.
That's right.
You should be praying more.
That's right. That's right.
You don't have that type of responsibility. Some shit.
And they sent it to Jerusalem unto Joachim the high priest, the son of Kelkias.
And look, in that same book, they sent the book back to Jerusalem,
Right.
to the priest that's there. Okay? Some shit.
Son of Salom, and to the priests, and to all the people that were found with him at Jerusalem. At the same time, when he received the vessels of the house of Elohim that were carried out of the temple to return them into the land of Yehudah, the 10th day of the month Siwan, namely, silver vessels which Zedekiah, son of Josiah, king of Yehudah, had made. After that, Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, had carried away Jeconiah, and the princes and the captives, and the mighty men, and the people of the land.
That was his original name before he was named Zedekiah.
Yeah.
Some shit.
From Jerusalem and brought them unto Babylon. And they said, behold, we have sent you money to buy you offerings, and iniquity offerings and incense, and prepare you manna, and offer upon the altar of Elohim our El.
They said, look, man, y'all got to start. They're sending money back.
Yeah.
Sending money back to Jerusalem so that these guys can keep this going.
Yeah.
Support. That's what that was. Financial support to keep the burnt offerings going, to keep this going. We may have to get something new. Need support. Need some money's coming in. Need donations coming in to keep this going. Get food. Keep feeding. Get more chairs. Computer might need fixing. Need a charger for the computer. Need more things. That's what they did. They said, okay, good. We good now, but we need that going on over there. So we sent those stuff back. Some sheep.
And pray for the life of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon.
They said, pray for Nebuchadnezzar. Now, he's a heathen. He's the slave master. But he wouldn't have been a slave master unless God allowed it. All right? Nebuchadnezzar wasn't the white man. Okay? But he was still our captain, our slave master. And there were still atrocities done to us. Sennacherib, he used to get mad. Anytime he got mad, what he did? He went back to Nineveh, which was his capital city, and what he did? He killed Israelites. He didn't kill nobody else. He got a whole bunch of, he got Syrians, got a couple of Greeks over here, but it is a hatred with the Israelites. Why? Because of the God you serve. You're already marked, man. That's why you need his protection. Out here in the physical and in the spiritual, because you're being challenged now. You're challenging gods, evil gods. Because he said gods that know good and evil.
Yeah.
He said you challenging the ones that don't want you to do God's bidding. Yeah. He said from the time that you made, the angel told Daniel, the day that you said in your heart, you didn't say this out loud. You didn't say this to nobody. But in your heart, you purposed in your heart to serve God. Purpose mean I determined. I made my mind up to serve God for the rest of my life. And that means I'm going to do whatever I have to do. If I learn that this is part of it, that's incorporated. That's added on.
That's right, brother.
Now I am determined so that I will be able to spot some obstacle, distraction that comes in any form. God will give me that strength. Boom. Because he said, choose. So how would I choose if I don't know?
Right.
Okay? So you're going to get to a point where you know.
Teach.
Oh, yeah.
Teach.
You're going to know. Now, you have to do as much as you know.
Right.
My father always told that. He said, look, man, everybody ain't on the same level. But you know, you brother, you know yourself and you know what's right and wrong, right? Do it. Then he turned it, I'm on it. He said, and as a collective, everybody going to be on the same page somewhere. Well, at least we'll be able to agree together. Time sheet.
We pray for the life of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, and for the life of Bel.
Look. Pray for them guys that, you know what you pray for? That God don't let them be overcome by any other heathen, because it's going to get worse. Did it not get worse when Cyrus took over? The Persians took over. And then the real stuff went down. He said, look, man, y'all got on this day, y'all have all rights to defend yourself, because the decree is already put out that all Israelites going to get killed on this day. That you have all rights, all the people in the land through 127 provinces, which is 127 nations and countries that was existing at that time in the world. That was the whole world. Everybody who's alive in the world had Israelites as captives somewhere that worked for them, that is their neighbors. He said, yo, you can pop off on them. It's like that movie where you can just go outside and everybody start killing everybody. You can handle peace. It's a purge. There's a movie called The Purge, where they set a day where you could purge by killing. And if I got beef with that, look, I'll go down there right now and I could kill him and it's no murder. Right? That was a movie. They really did that, and that happened in real life. They set that off in Persia against Israel. They said, when this day comes, you can have all the do what you want to them. Okay? And then the counter was made after Haman was destroyed. Because he was the one pushing that. He was pushing it. Because he didn't like the children of Israel. They're not gonna like you, man. Stop trying to be like them, man. You shall not be reckoned by the nations. Yeah. They're not gonna recognize you. Stop trying to be accepted by them. They tease you in school when you dress different. Elementary school, kindergarten. No, hold on. Kindergarten. All right, kids. Everybody got haircut lined up. You don't. They're pulling on your hair. You gotta fight. You got long garments on with strings attached. You're going to fight. And this is babies and kids. It's in their mind. From little adults. Okay? That's how the world, and they grow. This thing metastasize. And it grows into adulthood. Okay? So the wickedness is always going to be against what they see right. Because it's weird and strange. That's why you send your child to school, he's going to fight because he's different. She going to fight. I had to teach my daughters how to fight too because she's different. The little fast girl's not going to like her because she got long skirts on and she's not showing her behind like them because they make it look like that's the thing to do, to put the camera on and TikTok and shake their behinds. Yeah, that's what they're doing right now. Every home, they got little girls, boys too. Yeah. Because a lot of the boys are being feminine. So they're twerking too. It's out of hand. That mentality is from young. Why? That's what the world don't set in. Because the commandments of God are not into play. Yeah. The commandments of man are into play. The desires of man are into play. And it's really only into play to get your money. The people who run this world know about the true and living God. I'm telling y'all. The same way the people that was on the boat with Jonah who God was. And they were nobodies. They were seamen. But when he said who he served, they was like, yo, you're the reason why. So that means they know who God is. Same thing. Time sheet. So look, for your safety right now, you better pray nobody come and bomb America up. That's why that's the only, we ain't taking it no further than that. Like he's a good man. It said pray for the life. Because if he died, you don't want a new Pharaoh to pull up.
Right. That's what Jeremiah told us.
Pray that he stays on that throne, because if somebody else come there, whoever come next, gonna make it hard for you.
That's right.
It's gonna affect you because you say you don't do this, you say you don't do that.
Jeremiah told him the same thing.
Jeremiah told him. He said, so when you're little, you know what Jeremiah told him? Y'all about to go in Babylon, man. Listen, man, give me the ark. Give me the tabernacle. I can't go in there with that. Give me the altar of incense, because nothing is getting burnt on this incense. This is inactive right now, and I gotta hide these things. He said, but I'm gonna let y'all know, when y'all go out there, y'all gonna see gods of gold and silver, not wood. You're gonna see some pretty stuff, elaborate. And all the people, it's a feeling. We call it a vibe. Right, y'all? Right, young men? It's a vibe. It's a vibe, and that's the wave everybody jump on.
Yep.
So Jeremiah know how it go. He's already equipped. The people are not. He said, yo, y'all go there, y'all gonna be right over, y'all gonna be around it. Because you in their house. You in their house. You can't go there and destroy the idols, because you isn't destroying them over here. Oh man, look at that idol destroyed. Nah, this ain't your land. That ain't your idol. You could go to jail. You get killed. They can't go there and do that now. He said, but when you look at them, do not desire the gold that is on them. Don't desire the chain that's on that idol. Don't have nothing. Don't say, wow, they hooked it up. Don't admire it. Don't give it no type of acknowledgement. He said, don't pay attention to it. He said, you can't destroy him now. So it's act as if it's a tree. Just walk past it. That's what Jeremiah told him. He said, because y'all ain't got the protection that y'all had over here. So be aware of now you on your own. You got to protect your own self.
That's right.
You can't baby you no more, Israel. So it's the same method today. He said, pray for the life of Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, and for the life of Belteshazzar. That's Belteshazzar. That's the same Belteshazzar. It's pronounced different in the Greek pronunciation. Balthazar, his son, that their days may be upon the earth as the days of heaven. You want these guys to outlive your captivity. Because this is the nicest guy you're going to get as a president. This is the nicest guy you're going to get as a king. Boy, even. This guy, what is it, Newt Gingrich? What was the other dude's name? Newt Gingrich and Paul Buchanan. These guys, if they ever become president or ever get somebody that's under them to sit on that, man, things going to change. And who is going to affect? The ones that say that they serve God. Because it's only, look. I'm in the aquarium. I'm looking at the aquarium the other day when we were in the aquarium, and I'm looking at the shrimp. I'm looking at that animal. You can tell it's an insect. I'm looking at certain stuff in the aquarium. This thing is sitting down. You got regular fish, they up there. This guy at the bottom, and he's sitting there, and he got his antennas is moving, just like a water bug. Water bugs creep me out. And I looked at that thing. I said, the only difference, it could breathe underwater and it got claws, because it needs claws to defend itself. See, he's underwater now. Stuff be grabbing him. That thing is an insect for the animals that's down there. That's what they give people to feed fish with. That's right. That's why we told them, look, man, we can't use brine. We can't use it. Those are things that are unclean. The whole shrimp It's dead and dried up. And they use that to feed. We got to use different food. That's why we use flake food. But people really give them shrimp. And you look at the anatomy of that, just walking around and all the antennas and the legs and the way it's. But people eat it. It is a delicacy. It's right there next to everything else. Okay? It costs a little more.
Go to food bazaar.
You know, I noticed that. Them 5-star restaurants, some of them, they ain't got chicken in there. They don't have beef in there. All you getting is a la carte. I asked my Abba one day, what is a la carte? I hear you say that. He said, oh man, that's shrimp a la carte? Because they bring a cart. They bring a cart. Seafood is brought in a cart. That's in a high fancy restaurant. Okay? They bring it like that. It's elaborate. Okay? You're not going to go there and get chicken and fried rice. Okay? They call those slave dishes. Like oxtails. Those are slave dishes. Chicken wings and chicken legs. Those are slave dishes. That's why black people, all the hamburgers and hot dogs, those are slave dishes. Those are with the scraps, unclean meat and food, right? That they gave the slaves that they didn't eat. Right. And they found a way to season these things. They took fat, blood, tendons. The chicken wing got a thing here. You pull a part of it and pop, and it hang. That's part of the muscles and the tendons. That's what we got. That's what make me be able to do this. This is my wing. When you take the tendon out, it's down.
Nigga biting the chicken wing
and it snap and hang. You're eating muscles. It's not even meat, man. Unclean meat and muscles and organs. You can't eat liver. Liver is a filter. God designed your body a certain way.
Niggas finna eat that for lunch.
Today,
liver. Eat that for lunch. And it can't.
Wow. Liver ain't nothing but blood.
I was speaking the word of God.
Liver ain't nothing but blood, man.
Come on, man.
Liver ain't nothing but blood. Take a bunch of paper towels, roll it up together, right? Dip it in blood. That's what you got right here, a liver. It is there to filter your bloodstream. It is called pertinence. What they call today organs. He said we don't eat organs. We don't eat the heart of the lamb.
Right.
So remember one time, brother, this is back in the days before we knew better. Then Isaac came, we would have a lamb, sacrificial lamb for Passover. You looking forward to that. That lamb tasted good. You sit right there and watch the whole lamb get hit. And you hear psst, psst, psst. Once you don't hear that no more, say, I don't hear it no more. It's ready. It's ready, man. He said, you don't hear it? He said, yeah. He said, that means the fat stop. He said, all right, wait 20 more minutes. See if any little drop come out. And one brother said, nah, it's ready now, Chief. He said, man, what's 20 minutes gonna wait? To make sure you don't eat no fat. Yeah. See, all these things you learn and you remember as a kid. And these are the things that is your personal booster. That's right. My father said, you have to have a personal booster. There has to be something in this book that when you read it, it does something to you. He said, keep reading that. Read that every day. Whatever it is that makes you hook, he said, read that. That's for you.
You need that.
That's right. He said, that's your booster. Everybody ain't getting a boost. He said, everybody ain't gonna get a boost, man. He said, but if you got one, tap into it. He said, you got one? I said, yeah. He said, tap into it, read it every day. He said, why do you think every day I make you read the same certain things that get me hype? He said, man, when I leave there, look, I'm the only one gonna get you guys hype. When I leave, you gotta get yourself hype. So, okay, sometimes you're gonna see us get hype up here. You're going to see us get overly excited up here. You're going to hear brothers silence, but sometimes you're going to hear everybody. You're going to hear it. We're not angry. We're not angry at nobody. But you got to be angry at yourself for not being in the places you're supposed to be with God. And that's what I saw my father do. He used his anger properly. You can't be angry at you. I'm being angry at me. And my anger strengthens me. Say, man, I ain't weak. I'm going to do this. And now, distraction is going to go mess with somebody else. Just like the adversary said, man, I'm going to go mess with her because I can't get through to this guy here. She has an opening she don't even know that she got. Because I could talk to her and convince her. I can't convince this guy. That's when you ain't got to worry about obstacles no more. But that's a level you got to get yourself to. You have to do this yourself. David didn't wait for nobody to pray to God. He did it himself. Okay? Baruch, all these scribes and students, they had to, look, you're boxing, you learn how to be a swordsman. You can't wait till it's time to go train every time to pick up the sword. You got to shadow box, bro. Train. What I always tell you, to even when you're in the house, to remember, you go do your training. Don't wait for your hour to come and take you to training, right? So it's the same thing with this. Don't wait for today. And then we say, go to Jeremiah chapter 4, and then you go there. Go there on your own. You're going to realize some things that you really realize because you want our pace. You want our pace right now. When you on your own pace, you're going to see some stuff. And don't be in denial when you see it. Tells you.
And though Israel will give us strength and lighten our eyes, and we shall live under the shadow of
He said, and God will give us strength. Strength for what? Strength to endure this God-forsaken land, God-forsaken people, and still get these laws off.
Yeah.
That's what they're saying. That's what they want. That's the strength they want. Because everything is against you now. You're the only pure thing in a bowl of dirt. You're the only clean thing in a bowl of dirt. So it's going to take a lot for you not to get dirty. The dirt is going to do what it do. Okay? Because you got taken out of your place. We're all out of our places. Tells you.
We shall live under the shadow of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon.
Like now. You serve God and live under the shadow of, what's his name? Biden. That's the same thing. Yeah. Hey. No, but he's not competent. He's slow. Look, God put him there for a reason. For him to be slow with certain things, and him not to be fast with certain things. That's how God moved. He said, I hardened Pharaoh's heart so I could show. Because look, Pharaoh, Nebuchadnezzar, those two guys, they thought they was the ones. They got to the point where they didn't bow down to idols. They said that they were God. Okay? So their pride was way higher than a regular leader. That's why God did what he did to them to break them. He broke, look. He broke Pharaoh and then killed him. But Pharaoh ain't had it in him to accept.
No.
Nebuchadnezzar had it in him to accept.
Yes.
God said, yeah, he got it into him, but he's still stubborn. I'm gonna break the stubbornness.
Break it.
Once I break that stubbornness, 7 years of being an animal.
You're going to acknowledge.
7, worse than a bum, worse than a homeless man. You living like a cat, like an alley cat, man.
Rigorous break.
Yeah. The higher, more stubborn you are, the higher the break. If you're worthy. If you're worthy. God don't do this with wicked people or people we see down the line. Listen, you don't waste his time. I'm not going to beat, but I'm going to beat the child that I know, listen. Because they're going to correct themselves through the beating or the rebuking or my chastening. You go ahead, man. Because I kill you. You're not going to get it through chastening or rebuking. Or you're not going to get it. So I either got to push you away and not deal with you no more or get rid of you now. And that's how God deal with man.
That's right.
That's how he dealt with Israel as a whole one time. Israel is not a whole today.
That's right.
Israel is not a nation today. We've been scattered. What nation is scattered? When you're a nation, you're together, and you live on the land that is named after the nation. Now, think about it. So we are here to die in the land of our enemies, just like it said in Deuteronomy 28. But it's up to you whether you pine away in the land of your enemies or not. You don't have to pine. You don't have to be with the ones that God says going to pine. You know what pine means? to die in your sins.
Waste away. Waste away.
You're going to live your life sinning.
What wastes away is the laws that you was doing, wastes away. By the time you're ready to die, you're not doing them. You pined. You eroded.
Yeah.
Your spirit got corrupt to the point, okay, now it's time for to die. There's nothing here. Now you go. And the portion that you receive is not a good one.
Yeah.
Time sheet.
And under the shadow of Beth, his son, we shall serve them many days and shall find favor in their sight. Pray for us, Lord, to unto El Israel our El. For we have transgressed against El Israel our El. And unto this day the fury of Elohim.
He said that. He said all of this is going down because we transgress against God.
Right.
Yeah. They doing this. They're doing this. God got them insured. Whatever they doing, scientists, white man, whatever they're doing, God allowed them to do it.
Yeah.
Do you understand that?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
If you read the book, you would. God allowed him to do that, man. So it could affect those who he needed to affect.
Right.
All you need, the way the world is built is you got one leader. One man become a leader. Everybody do what he did. Okay, good. I'm gonna get everybody through this guy. I'm gonna work everybody through him. So you want to pray for that guy to stay there, Tom Sheep. And look, and if he died, you want his son to be there because his son gonna be like him.
Right.
Okay, back then that's how it was. I can't say that today. I can't say that today. The boys don't come out being like their daddy.
Right.
The daddy is a bad dude, the boy come out good. The daddy's a good dude, the boy come out bad. There's always a mix-up. Same thing with the girls. But back then, hey, it was very rare. See, Samuel's sons got pointed out because this was not a common thing. They say, yo, man, your sons is not like you. We're going to need a king. That was their excuse.
Yeah.
That was their, and it couldn't be really fought. They said, man, when you about to die, though, that's when they started asking for a king. Not that it was right. It wasn't right.
No.
But they said, look, man, we might as well because your sons ain't right. They're not like you. These guys is con artists.
Yep.
They're going to get it. They go after lucre. You know what lucre is, right? Whatever I do, you got to pay me. You got to pay me. This is my job as a priest, right? I'm ordained by God to do this. I must be that. Well, look, brother, you want me to atone for make an atonement for your stuff? You got to pay me. God didn't say that.
Yeah.
God said, bring your offering to the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, and He take care of the rest. You go home.
Mm-hmm.
God did not say you got to bring an extra plate or payment for the priest.
No.
And the priest ain't going to say he want anything extra because he's just. But they started doing that. They started doing that, man. So he said, look, when you die, your sons, they're not like you. They're going to do us dirty. So we want a king, like all the other nations, to judge us, to go out and come up with, because that's what they really wanted the whole time. And you just gave them an excuse. So God said, all right, Samuel, go and tell them what's going to happen with this fleshly king. Being that they rejected me, tell them what the king going, the manner of the king. The manner means the behavior of the kings. Most kings are going to do this to you. Out of 300 kings, only 2 or 3 are not going to do these things to you. He said they're going to take your sons and put them to be his secret service. You know what that means?
Yeah.
He gonna put them to run in front of his chariot. Mm-hmm. So when the arrows and everything come, they get hit first. He got a chance to slip out. Mm-hmm. They're his bodyguards. Mm-hmm. That's what the Secret Service do. That's right. Pow, pow, pow. They get in front of the president. Look. I'm taking that shot whether they kill me or not. Yeah. That's why they get paid top dollar. Because my life is on the line. Right. I put my life on the line to guard this man. I'm his what? Nah, what they call him back here? Armor bearer. Man said he took my armor bearer. One brother said, man, what's wrong with you, man? You came and took my armor bearer, man. He turned my armor bearer against me. I never heard that before. And you could come and speak to my Uda, my shooter, my armor bearer. And I'm his teacher too. You know that, right?
Yeah.
When I pray, he pray. All the laws I do, he do. What I eat, he eat. I'm his teacher too. He don't just hold all my stuff. No. I'm responsible for that guy. Yeah. See, that was a messed up thing. My brother said, man, came and convinced my armor bearer to turn on me now. Now my gun is, he turning my gun on me. That wasn't a godly thing.
No.
Your armor bearer is the when you die, that's who they're dying with you. Yeah. If nobody else died with you, your armor bearer dying with you. That's a shooter for real. So armor bearer said, what? You hit yourself? What I'm sticking around for?
What I'm here for, to protect you.
You're dead.
You just killed yourself.
My job, look.
I'm out.
I'm out. Bro, he couldn't stop him from killing himself, but he's dead. That's it. That's it. Ain't no suicide. Y'all don't know what suicide is. You say, I hit the bell, heard, and he seen that his advice and his counsel and his words was not held as if it was God that said it. Because they say when it hit the bell, when he talked, it's as if God said it. Did that mean he was on God's side? For people to say that and put their life and say, no. But look, he's running with the wrong crew. That's what messed him up. Okay? And then when David heard, hit the bell, running with them, David said, Most High God, turn, confound. All those mean the same. To confound means to confuse him so that he turned from good counsel now, because these guys is not good guys either. So his counsel can't be good. And in that moment, his counsel, God did exactly what David asked of. His counsel became no good. And when he seen, they said, man, these guys not listening to Hushai. But look, what Hushai said was real. He said, yo, you don't know your father, man. He said, right now, he looking at you. You don't even know how you get down. Y'all preparing for war, and he right out there in a hole in the wall, looking at you, about to jump on you right now. And his men, his homies, that clique he got with him, he said, they get mad the same way a bear gets mad when she can't find her cubs. Okay? You ever been around an animal that just had a litter? That's the look. That cat will turn on you with that baby. That dog will turn on you. And look, I haven't had many dogs right around front. And what we say, okay, we got to put gloves on. We be real careful with the babies. You know why? Because the mother pick her head up. Pick her head up. I'm there with the puppy. I'm showing people the puppy. When I look, she watching me, handling her baby. At any given time, she can say, yo, look, man, one time I came here to get one cat, and I put him in the cage. The other cat seated and attacked me. They know what the cage is. It's evil to them. It's evil to them. They don't like that. Do you like it? You like it put in the cage? An evil trap, an evil cage, evil net. These things the animals run from. Put that net in that aquarium right now. They running from that net. Right or wrong. That little green guy took 5 minutes. He's running. Man, I'm not trying to get whatever this is gonna take me out of here. So it's the same here, man. Come shoot.
To make.
And the Lord will give us strength and lighten our eyes.
Unto this day, the fury of the Lord and his wrath is not turned from us. In 14. You shall read this book which you have sent unto me to make confession in the house of Elohim.
Okay, upgrade. We shall live under the shadow of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, and under the shadow of Belteshazzar, his son. And we shall serve them many days and find favor in their sight. We're going to be on the good side. We ask strength from God, and we pray for their lives, that they just stay alive while we're here.
Right.
That's what it was. People take that out of context. You better pray that these guys, look, certain presidents don't want sitting on that throne. I'm telling you, man. They know how to get you. Here, take all the money. Here, money, black man, money. We owe you this, all right? Because that's the last you gonna get. You better hurry up and enjoy that, because it's gonna turn. That's to blind your eyes. Yeah. It said the bride blinds the eyes of the righteous. Wow. Don't think because they owe these things. No. They owe you more than that. They owe you 40 acres and a mule. They owe you 40 acres and a mule. It's way more than the money you gave. They owe each man, this country, 40 acres and a mule, because that came out their mouth. But nobody never got that. That's why the man made a record company called 40 Acres and a Mule Records. Because now I'm going to get what I'm supposed to get. I ain't get it. My family ain't get it. Yeah. To be put as slaves and to die under subjugation. Okay? A pagan god gets put over your life. The pagan god of your captor. It's not good. Yeah. To be so close to God and to the end. It's not good. Our history does not have a good ending. Tamshir.
13. Pray for us unto El Israel our El, for we have transgressed against El Israel our El. And unto this day, the fury of Elohim and his wrath is not turned from us.
It's still on, because we're still in the same situation. It's been he turned it just down a little, but he keep that flame. You keep that flame going. Get out of hand. You got somebody for you. You ain't even got to come down and do nothing personally. He said, the Assyria, the rod of my anger. I use the heathen to correct you. I use the heathen to snatch you up and do you injustice, because you have done injustice to my commandments, to offend you, because you have offended my Shabbat days. Okay? To dehumanize you, because you dehumanized yourself when you ate with the blood and the fat. You became a beast. You dehumanized yourself. Tamshi.
And ye shall read this book which we have sent unto you to make confession in the house of El Israel.
So everybody's supposed to be making confession.
Hold
on. So a lot more got to be done.
Hold on.
Everybody's supposed to be making confession according to what I'm reading right here. Because we are living in the era after this. Remember, you pray for confession for your sins and for who else?
Your fathers.
Still
praying.
Fathers.
As if they don't rise.
You can't confess for just your sins. You got to confess for everything that they did.
But it's still riding.
Why this stuff is happening?
That's right. That's right.
Okay? Tamshi.
To make confession in the house of El Israel upon the feast days and solemn days.
Upon the feast days and solemn days, you make confession on the feast days. What not Chief Shammah said? Chief Shammah said, 7 days of the Feast of Unleavened Bread, make confession in each day. That's what you look. This was right here. This is where we got it from. This was the order. It's not in the law, but this, he said, because we have sinned and got so far away from God, you got to do these things too. Add this in. God accepted it. That's where we get this from. Okay? It said, and you shall read this book which I have sent you to make confession in the house of the Lord upon the feast and solemn days. So the priest was doing this. He was confessing God's sins, confessing to God the people's sins on the feast days and the solemn days, not just Yom Kippur. After this era, it was always on the feast days and solemn days because of what they did in Jerusalem.
Before it was the offerings. The iniquity offerings was going
right.
Up. They had to send out confession.
Right. Now you got to put that down. That's right. That's right. The confession's got to go down. He said, ye shall say to the Lord our God, he said, this is what you have to say when you confess, Tamshi.
To El Israel our El belongeth righteousness.
Unto us.
Unto us the confusion.
And that's in the confession that we have there. Yeah. Confusion of faces. You have to say this. Yeah. Certain things, look, you have to know Deuteronomy 32. This is my third week now. Every day, after Shakari and Minkat, I read Deuteronomy 32, the song of the Lord, the song of Moses, because the children of Israel were supposed to know that song. And that's part of being a servant of God. So I said, damn, I gotta learn this now too. Because it said God said that they shall know this.
That's right.
To teach it to them so that they see. These are things to keep you boosted and keep you in the way. Okay? Keep the spirit correct. Tongue sheet.
You shall say to Israel belongeth righteousness, but unto us the confusion of faces, as it has come upon us this day. Unto them of Yehuda, and to the inhabitants of Jerusalem. And to our kings, and to our princes, and to our priests.
Nobody's exempt.
To our prophets, and to our fathers. For we have transgressed before Israel, and disobeyed him, and have not hearkened unto the voice of Israel.
No excuses. And that's our problem. If I did something wrong, offended you, or committed trespass, and you're showing me what I did, and I don't see that, I can't do this. I can't confess to God. I'm not going to confess everything. I'm not going to feel I have to confess. I'm not going to feel I'm out of place.
Right.
Some shit.
For we have transgressed before Israel, disobeyed him, and have not hearkened unto the voice of Israel our El, to walk in the commandment that he gave us openly. Since the day that Israel brought our forefathers out of the land of Egypt unto this present day, we have been disobedient unto Israel our
From that day, all thousands and hundreds of years before, all the way back to Exodus.
Yeah.
Up until that point, that they were alive, but it's extended to now. Okay? That generation, when they were alive, they said, yo, we ain't do nothing. We ain't follow you. As a whole. We did not keep your commandments.
Yep.
We're not supposed to be in this country. We're not supposed to be over here. We wasn't supposed to be scattered. We're still supposed to be in Israel right now. Still supposed to be in Jerusalem, a king sitting there. The temple's still supposed to be there. The Kohen is supposed to be in there right now, setting up a fire of offering to God. That's what he's doing right now. This was still active. The priest would be in there setting up an offering of fire to God. Because on the Shabbats and on the feast days, on those solemn days, it said a fire of offering shall be made unto the Lord from the priests.
Yeah.
None of these things are happening. Some shit.
We have been disobedient unto Israel our El, and we have been negligent in not hearing his voice.
Negligent. You neglected your duties. You know what that means? You left it alone. You left the child in there by itself without supervision. That's why it's called neglect. Child neglect. So right here, this is God neglect. You neglect God. You neglect his commandments. But then now when it comes to you, I don't neglect them. Now I'm enforcing them. I know them all and I'm a quota. That's a bad disease. A bad disease. That's part of Meshuggah also. Tell you.
Wherefore the evils cleaved unto us.
That's why the evil thoughts stick to you. That's why you can't think straight all the time. That's why you're spontaneous with your emotions. You know what spontaneous means? I feel like I ain't checking myself with this, with the laws. I'm going off of my emotion and I act quickly off of it. That's what you call spontaneous. Tongue sheet.
Wherefore the evils cleaved unto us, and the curse which Israel appointed by
Moses, that same curse that the Lord pronounced to Moses to tell the people. He said, if y'all don't follow these commandments, you will be cursed, and your children will be cursed, and you will get spit out the land. They not tell them that? He warned them that. And then Joshua, years later, Joshua chapter 24, he said, man, y'all not able to serve God. Y'all got idols on you. You're doing this. You got that. Y'all not able to serve God. You can't serve God like this. He said he is a holy God. And you're not doing the things that's holy. He said, okay, we're going to do what God said. He said, okay, so look, take away the idols from among you. While they were there saying, well, we're going to do what God said, they had the idols on them. Tuck it in. Keep it in my pocket. Make sure nobody see it. No, I'm not supposed to have it. That's why I'm hiding it. Okay? But that's what they were doing. And Joshua, look, while they were doing that, God was speaking to Joshua. The only one that could hear God's voice was Joshua. While he in front of them. Most High said, look, man, everybody, God told him, he said, everybody, he said, don't listen to them, they're lying.
Yeah.
He said, everything that the Most High said we're going to do, we're going to do it. Most High told Joshua, everybody who disobeys my commandments, kill them. That's why Joshua, God commanded Joshua to be that way. He didn't do it on his own. That's right. God told him to be that. That's why Joshua wasn't having things that Moses was dealing. He dealt with it, right? Right. Joshua is not dealing with it because God told him you don't have to. You know why? Because they know better. We ain't in the wilderness no more. We in the land. We on stage now, baby. We on stage now. Okay? The lights is on now. That filtering process is over. You mess up, you die. Look, at the end of the wilderness trek, God said, yo, all of y'all guys that's alive is because you cleaved unto me.
Yeah.
He said, because if you didn't stick with me, you'd have been dead like the majority. He said, all those that went after Baal Peor, I destroyed them. So think about that, man. We're in the wilderness now. But you know, the difference is you know.
Yeah.
Nobody got to come and give you 2 tablets of stone with the words on it. Nobody got to go in the mountain, no mountain and get nothing. God ain't got to set nothing on fire to introduce himself. The introduction, one time, all you got to do, he ain't got to reintroduce himself.
No.
Like man.
Yeah.
One time. All it took is one time. The whole world's still talking about the Sinai Peninsula being burnt up and charred.
That's right.
Term sheet.
Which Israel appointed by Moshe his servant at the time that he brought our fathers out of the land of Egypt to give us a land that flowed with milk and honey.
All right, now listen, man, there's a lot of holidays coming up. You can't take a drink. Okay? People are going to be happy.
No eggnog.
People are going to be rejoicing. Nah, you ain't got no eggnog. Liquor.
Right.
Strong drink.
That's right.
There's times when you got to stay away from it, or the people who are celebrating, because this is how you celebrate. Everybody celebrate with intoxication, am I correct?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So you got to watch it, because anytime you do that, you are down with the toast. You know what a toast is?
Yeah.
I like to make a toast. You make an announcement. Okay? I don't care what the announcement and what you're toasting to. Anytime you take a toast, you're taking toast to all the gods of man. It said to the gods. It didn't specify what idol. The gods are idols. The gods are no gods. That's all of them, ancient and today. No toasting. They didn't do a toast. Okay? They did wine offerings, and only the priest did that. That's right. It said another theory suggests the practice of toasting emerged from pagan rituals, where practitioners would drink from a ritual cup that was filled with blood. Before it was wine, it was blood. Okay? The wine in these celebrations is the substitute for blood. And some people mix it. He said blood, wine, or both, and offer the rest as a gift to the gods. Pour out a little liquor.
Yeah.
That's a gift to the gods. Well, I watched with me and my brother one time. We watching a movie. I think it was Troy. They were selling. They just finished going to war, and they won. They were victorious. And they got some big. They don't got cups, man. We got cups. They got goblets. Look like big bowls with a handle. That's what it looked like. A big giant bowl. You put a handle under it. And then they said, well, to the gods. And they went like this with their goblets. Ting, a toast. Ting, ting. All of that is pagan rituals that people do every day. People toast to dead people. People toast to women, kids, to anything. We can't do that. We can't take no toast. Our celebration is limited. Okay? It said, and in every other culture, They honor the gods before they get intoxicated. That's what the toasting is about.
Right.
Okay? In Rastafarianism, to be a Rasta, before they smoke, they say a prayer for that. You know that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. They say a prayer before that. They worship what they smoke. They worship what they drink. You're worshiping it. Time sheet. Oh, no, hold up. A little bit more tidbits of information here. That people get very happy. And now I got, you think that the basics is covered. The basics is never covered. The basics is never covered, man. You always go over the basics, man, because that's what keeps you rooted. The high-tech stuff won't fall if you don't keep the basic and keep the anchors grounded and rooted. It's an evergreen. You know what the evergreen tree? Yeah. Evergreen trees were also used as a sign of eternal life by early Christians in the catacombs. You know what the catacombs is? Tunnels that was built beneath Rome, that where they put and hide their dead bodies, their so-called saints. That's where they buried them at. And that's where they buried their objects of affection, like crosses and stuff like that. It's the same as the tombs in Egypt. Those pyramids, those are tombs. And the possession of that pharaoh goes in that tomb with him. Yeah. Same thing with the catacombs in Rome. All those so-called saints, when they get buried in the sewers. Because that's what the sewer system of Rome. Right now, they're still finding bodies in Rome with crosses on the come from that era. Okay? See, this went down until the mid-19th century. You know what the mid-19th century is, right? Okay? That's very close. That ain't 1800s. That's not 1700s. It said they viewed the Christmas tree as a foreign pagan custom. Pagans would bring fir trees into their homes at Yuletide because it represented everlasting life and fertility. Babylon and Egypt was about fertility gods. Okay? Luck and fortune. Fertility, luck, fortune. That's what they wanted from their idols. That's why they served those idols. These idols were for fertility, meaning to have children, have good crops, have good, the children don't come out disease and all that. God covered that. That's why God told Israel, he said, man, I ain't suffer you to be like them. Meaning, you don't have to do abominations to get results with me. Like they have to do abominations to get no results with nothing. But that's what they're doing. God says that's what it means when he said, I have not suffered you. I don't have to light candles. I don't have to do all these extra paganisms to get close with God or for God to be with me. Yeah. He said, that's why I tell y'all not to be like them. They don't know my ways and they don't want to know my ways. You know your end if you follow me. Yeah. And you know your end if you don't. They don't. He said, well, guess what? If I turn to any one of them, they're going to be with me. That's the difference. What's up with y'all, man? Y'all don't have loyalty in you. That's the problem. You don't know what a commitment is. Yeah. You know what a commitment is? This is first in my life. Yeah. That's what a commitment is. Time sheet. Oh. Okay. I'm back here. There's a bunch of notes here. He said, as a kid, and maybe even as an adult, there is no better day than your birthday. This is the ultimate holiday that you still got in you that you got to get out. And I know this because it took a long time for me to get out of this.
Yeah, everybody paying you attention.
When you say, no, the people who are still celebrating, even Israelites, you know what they say? Well, we're going to celebrate it for you, brother. And they lit and they partied. Yeah. Ain't it mine? Doesn't it count if I celebrate it? Right? But that's the heathen mentality. We're going to do it just because. This is an occasion. Why nobody got that drop for today? come here looking sluggish. They don't want to be here. And the next day you don't look like that. And the next day you don't look like that. On your birthday you don't look like that. You dress up tonight. Everybody's happy. You got a stomach ache. Tonight, no stomach ache. I'm stressed today, but tonight I'm not stressed. I want to go home, but now I don't feel like going home. Now the sun go down. That's your spirit bucking. And that's the beginning of you getting pushed away. They said it is no better day than your birthday with cake, candles, flowers for birthday celebrations. All right? Maybe even a good old-fashioned me day. Because that's what people do on their birthdays. And I ain't doing that. I'm going to just relax do what I want to do. It's all of that. You made yourself a God. Okay? He said, but did you ever consider where these birthday celebrations started? He said, before you start celebrating, take a moment to learn about the history behind birthday celebrations and traditions. So before you start jumping into things, because see, we was taught these things. Even as Israelites, we was taught these things. This is why it's hard for Israelites to drop a lot of things, because they don't see the paganism in it because they've been doing it so long. And the stuff that they know they ain't supposed to be doing, they were doing it. So they can't see this. You've learned about the origins of celebrating this big day. Take inspiration from unique birthdays around the world. Oh, it's such and such birthday. It was this one birthday. It's Michael Jackson birthday today. They commemorate, they honor it. You see it on TV, right? The guy dead. There's no more birthdays for him. There's no more days for him. He's not celebrating. He can't celebrate nothing from that from the grave. You see, there's no celebration, no rejoicing, nothing. It's quiet. Oh yeah, it's quiet. The realm of the dead is quiet. Ain't nobody whistling Dixie down there. All right? So you want to still celebrate this guy's birthday.
Yeah.
Columbus Day. This guy, President's Day, Washington Day. That's why you can't get your day off of you. You so busy, you was already taught from school to acknowledge other people's birthdays. Now, if these people and these people are supposed to be different, how come they celebrate the same days? Ask that question. None of our days are the same as anybody else on this planet. Back then, now, and forever in the future. Right? You put that there. They say, well, many cultures develop birthday celebrations separately. Many cultures develop theirs in a different pattern, for different reason. Okay? In a different way. But they still got the paganism. Okay? The whole world still does it. It said the Egyptians were the first ones to get. So what's up with these Egyptians? They're always the first ones to do with things that God don't like. But we always look at the Egyptians. They were the smartest people. They were this. They were the most glorious people. They committed abominations, and God visited them. Right. Just like he visited everybody else. He visited them on a grand scale. Okay? And the event is called the 10 Plagues. The breakdown of a haughty nation. All nations get broke down one day by God. And that's the day of visitation. And that was their day. And that's why they got hit first, because they was the first ones to start all this. Okay? He said when Egyptian pharaohs were crowned gods, this is called the inauguration. That's where the word inauguration comes. It happens even today with presidents. When a nation get a new leader, there's a formal ceremony. Speeches are made. Songs are sung. Certain celebrities and talents go there and speak for the man in honor. That's called an inauguration. And that started in Egypt. Whenever you get a new crowned pharaoh, okay? When Egyptian pharaohs were crowned gods, they were birthed. You get the idea now? This is where it's coming from, okay? Because the pharaoh, you read in the book, that's who celebrated the day of his birth, right? Plain and simple. You can read about anybody else celebrating the day of birth. Nope. We know Herod did because other books say that Herod did. But in that Old Testament, the only person celebrated the day of his birth was Pharaoh, enemy of God and Israel. All right? He said, so when they were crowned gods, they were birthed. That means the first birthday celebration wasn't marking the birth of a human, but rather the birth of a god. You see? He said another early birthday celebration started with the pagans. Pagans believed that a person was open to spells of good and evil during their birthday. It's a bunch of garbage. He said, do you wonder why? He said, during your birthday, personal spirits make their appearance. Who made this up? Devil worshippers. This comes from people who worship Satan. You can read this in the book. Okay? He said, pagans believe that a person was during your birthday. That means you're a bit closer to the spirit world. If you thought birthday wishes were silly, you may want to rethink it. You see what they're saying? He said the idea of spirits was also a focal point for Greeks. They believed that everyone had a protective spirit called a guardian angel. This is where they get, oh, that's their guardian angel. Okay, it has to do with your birthdays. That's the Greek part of the custom. He said over time, these traditions morphed, transformed, changed into birthday celebrations that we all know and love today. Okay? And then you got the birthday cake. The birthday cake is in commemoration of the moon god. That's why the candles are put on it.
And it's always
Okay?
round.
It's always round. There's no birthday cake all the birthday cakes are round for a reason. Okay? You know what a wedding cake look like, right? Why? What it got at the top? A man and a woman. I was about to say who, but that man and that woman doesn't exist, so I can't acknowledge them as living. So I got to say what? Because it's a thing. You see a little image of a man. You see a little image of a woman, the groom and the bride.
Yeah.
And what you got over it? That little arch, right under the chapel. That's the halo that Jake has. That round thing. And that they say angels have, it's non-existent, man. Non-existent. That's where all that stuff comes from. Okay? Now, for all those, if you have your own house, you know what you're supposed to have in it. You know what you're not supposed to have in it. But if it's not your house and you have no power over that, just stay away from it as much as you can.
Right.
Stay away from it. Don't help with it. Just stay away from it, man. You can't do nothing about it because you're in Babylon. That's what he told him. Yo, you're in Babylon. Just don't pay attention to it. Don't start liking it in your heart. Shalom alaikum.
Shalom alaikum.
That'll be it for today.